down. I've got it queued up. If we just jump over to the page, you can see here there's only two things on the official preview for tonight. New Day defend their titles against War Raiders and the Creed Brothers. Rusev looks to crush Akira Tazawa. Now, we know that Lyra Valkyria is there because Lyra has just announced that at Money in the Bank, it's going to be Lyra versus Becky. So Lyra just announced that on social media. So Lyra versus Becky is a match we're getting at Money in the Bank. So we know that she's there. So she's going to feature on the show. And that announcement, of course, will be made on the show as well. And outside of that, I'm not sure what else we're getting, to be honest. Word on the street is that Liv Morgan should be back tonight. So we should get Liv back. So we should get an interesting development in regards to the whole Roxanne, Liv, Judgment Day situation. Obviously, we've got the fallout from Jey against Logan and Saturday night's main event. So we've got the fallout to that. We've got Bronson Reed joining up with Seth Rollins. So there'll be a segment there. I think we're going to be quite segment heavy tonight. I think we're going to focus on a lot of talking and a lot of promos and a lot of setting up Money in the Bank. We're done with Backlash. We're done with Saturday night's main event. The next focus now, I believe, is Money in the Bank. I think that's our next focus. So, like, not this weekend, but the weekend after should be Money in the Bank. So, I mean, these shows are just coming so thick and fast. And I'm here for it. I mean, honestly, it's great having, like, so many shows, so many streams just constantly coming. Like, I'm definitely here for it. No complaints. We had a good weekend with Saturday night's main event. And then, of course, Battlegrounds yesterday. I hope people enjoyed those. So, good weekend, busy weekend. And that has now spilled over into this week where we've got Raw, NXT. And I keep mentioning it because it is quite interesting that Evolve on Wednesday is crowning the first women's champion. So Evolve this week is going to be very exciting as well. There will be a champion crowned. So looking forward to that on Wednesday as well. And then, of course, on Friday, we've got SmackDown. I don't know what we're doing Saturday yet. I need to have a look. Maybe we can finally do some UFC. But yeah, we will be obviously making our way towards Money in the Bank, which is coming up very, very soon. Kian, hello, said Daze, hope you're doing well. I enjoyed Battleground last night. History was made. I thought Saturday night's main event was a bit meh, but let's hope that Raw will be good tonight. The shows are happening quickly, says Kian. Josh said, how do we feel about Saturday night's main event and Evolution being the same week as AEW All Out Texas? Honestly, I mean, I think 99.9% of people are going to know my answer to this. It doesn't make a difference to me whatsoever. I give AEW a passing glance at best. I could not tell you any results from Double or Nothing. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. So, do I think that they have put these on the same weekend as that on purpose? Maybe. I mean, I certainly would not put that past WWE. WWE are, I know, responsible for doing lots of little cheeky tricks. And, you know, there's venues that WWE spoke to that said, if you allow AEW to run your show here, then you'll never get another WWE show. Back in the day, in the late 80s, mid to late 80s, WWE said to pay-per-view providers, if you carry the like Starcade or, you know, any NWA show, then you won't get WrestleMania, you won't get the Royal Rumble, you can't have our show. So, you know, WWE will use all of those kinds of tactics. I know they've spoken to toy shops and said, if you carry AEW figures, then we're not going to allow you to have WWE figures. Not to all shops, but I know that there's some shops that have had that as a conversation, right? So I know that these are tactics and these are things that WWE do. WWE has never been secretive about being a business looking out for its own interests. Didn't they get done in that MLW lawsuit as well? I think WWE spoke to Vice and said to Vice that if you allow any other wrestling content on this channel, then, you know, we're done, we're walking away. And because I don't quite know what they provide for Vice, but apparently that scuppered an MLW TV deal, and MLW took WWE to court. This was only the other year, and they basically settled. I believe they settled because it looked like MLW was going to win that case. So there's all this stuff that goes down. WWE are, business first, protecting their own interests. So could I believe that they've put these shows on the same weekend as AEW to make it harder for AEW? Yes. Do I care? Not one bit. Not even remotely. Don't give a flip. If you go into the wrestling business world, then this is the world you're entering. If I was to start a wrestling business, I would have to expect that these are the games that would be played. And dirtier than that as well. Tony Khan has accused WWE of contract tampering. I mean, look, WWE, I think, are going to try and do everything they can to scupper AEW. And they're going to push it right up to the line. They're going to push it right to the limit. And maybe even sometimes cross that line. So could I believe that people under AEW contracts were being spoken to about coming over to stuff? Yes, I could believe that. I could believe that. But again, do I care? No, I don't give a flip. I don't give a flip. AEW can do the same to WWE, can't they? AEW can put their shows up against WWE shows. They can speak to WWE contracted talent and say, listen, we'll give you more money if you come over. They can play that same game. So, in regards to right and wrong, honestly, if you've got a problem with it, then you're going to have a problem with a lot that WWE has done in the past, right? That is a thread you do not want to pull because WWE has done a lot of that stuff in the past. So, that side of it doesn't bother me. In regards to what are we going to watch, that doesn't bother me personally either because, well, I only watch WWE. I don't watch AEW. So, yeah, that's my take on it. I couldn't give a flip, is my honest answer. Matt, shout out to you, said Daze, meanings shifts with events. Hulk Hogan meant honor and virtue, and then that shifted. Can you hold both Hulk Hogan in your mind at the same time? Oh, we had this conversation the other day about can you watch Hulk Hogan's matches and not think about, the racism and the kind of man that we see. And my honest answer is I can do that because we did that the other day when we were watching Saturday night's main event and we were watching Hulk Hogan, the character, not Terry, the man that obviously has made such inappropriate comments and not really apologized for them. So, yes, I can separate them, but I think there's a limit to where you can separate them. Like Chris Benoit, it's hard to watch a Chris Benoit. I mean, it's not easy to watch a Hulk Hogan match, but I can't do Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit is I can watch the match. The match can be on. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to skip. But can I enjoy it? Can I get lost? No. There's no way I can watch and enjoy that. And, with Hogan, it's a challenge. It's something that is not going to stop me from watching a show. And if we do a watch along, there'll probably be some comments about what he said. But it's still possible. But I don't know. I mean, if you're going to be responsible for the death of your family and a child and everything, I mean, that's a whole different level, isn't it? That's a whole different level. So it's an interesting one because I think everyone's going to have a slightly different opinion on that and a slightly different take. There's some people that can watch Chris Benoit matches and, not even think about what happens. Then there's other people that just can't watch it at all and skip through it. I'm in the camp where I can watch a show that he's on, I can watch his segments, but I'm just waiting to get through it. I think it's a shame because obviously he faced a lot of different people. Same with Hogan, faced a lot of different people, and obviously if you erase it, it affects their careers. That's something that I think is very difficult to do. If you take it out, then you start to have segments of shows missing, and it's not just Benoit, it's all the people that he faces. You're starting to eliminate their legacy. You're starting to pick and choose. Plus, where do you draw that line? Where is that line? Has someone got to have died in order for them to have their content removed? In which case, Hogan would not have had his content removed. So again, we go back to the original question, don't we? So I don't know, everyone would draw that line in a different place. It's another one of those threads that if you start pulling it, it takes you down a very messy road, I think. So yeah, it's the Hogan one I don't find too difficult. The Benoit one I find very difficult. But I don't think there's anything that I just could not watch. I don't think there's anything that if it came on, I would skip it, in WWE, in the history of WWE. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, obviously, if I was sat on my own and it was a segment I'm not interested in, I could skip it. But I mean, if we were doing a watch along, actually, I never thought about that. I wonder, we keep watching those watch-alongs on WWE Vaults. I wonder if they pick and choose them to make sure that there's no, Benoit on there. I wonder if they'll ever show, WrestleMania 20 and do a live thing for it. Because the last thing they want to do, really, is air some footage that sort of celebrates Benoit or shows Benoit in a great light, like WrestleMania 20. So I haven't really thought about that before. These kind of conversations, I wonder, I've got to think they do have at WWE. You're never going to see a career retrospective for Chris Benoit, are you? They keep coming out with Undertaker 1990 to 1993, or they'll come out with a look back at The Rock during the Attitude Era. But you ain't going to get one for Chris Benoit, nor do I think you should. But I bet that is something they have to take into consideration when working at WWE's YouTube and WWE Vault. Miss Dow Jr. said, I feel bad for Liverpool fans that got run over. I hope 27 of them plus 4 kids heal well, and I pray for them. I hope the guy that did it goes to jail. Yeah, an emerging story. I haven't seen loads of detail on it. I just know I saw the news. I saw that it had happened. I saw that there was reporters at the hospital and everything. Of course, absolutely horrific. Goes without saying. Just horrific. I mean, it's got nothing to do with... Well, I don't know that it hasn't got anything to do with football, but from my perspective, it's got nothing to do with football. I think anyone that kind of looks at that and goes, Liverpool fans, or... they're people. They're British people. They're, Englishmen, Scotsmen, whoever, that have kind of travelled there. They're people that have been, victims here of something horrific. So... wish them all a very speedy recovery. Of course we do. I can't sit and give the details though, because I haven't seen much on the story. It was kind of coming through, so I don't know, who's in hospital, what's happened, or anything like that. But yeah, I've seen enough of it to know that a car hit a load of people in Liverpool, and very much wish them all the very best. Of course, goes without saying, but should be said. John said Benoit was so good. What he did was awful. But the heart and the passion he had and what he contributed is to why he did what he did. I will always love Benoit as a wrestler. And at this point, you have to separate the art from the artist, or so much is ruined. Well, it's a good point, John. I totally understand where you're coming from. I just think that sometimes, and we're guilty of this. I'm guilty of this, saying, oh, they should do this, they should do that. Why is such and such not better at promos? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Like, sometimes it's a lot easier to sit and critique and say these things rather than actually do them. So I completely agree with you. Like, if it's possible to separate, how good his matches were and how good his storytelling was from what the man behind the character actually did. If it's possible to do that and people can do that, I wouldn't judge people for that. I just personally can't do that. I can't look at him and not see what he did or not think about every time that name. That name now, just the sheer mention of it just conjures up, what happened. So I can't even hear the name, let alone see him. He is just not spoken about. It's just, do you know what I mean? Erased from history type thing. And so, yeah, whenever you see highlights packages or whenever we have conversations, his name does not get brought up that much. To be honest, we do a members quiz and we have to give answers for like who won previous Rumbles or who main evented WrestleMania or whatever it might be. And of course, Chris Benoit is an answer. And so Chris Benoit gets mentioned. But like every time Chris Benoit is mentioned, that's fine because we're looking for answers. But it's like you can't help but think about it. And that's just a mention of him, It was so horrific that's I can't do that. That's a bridge too far for me. I genuinely cannot sit down and separate those ones. Hogan, I can to a degree. Still, I think if we do a watch along at some point in a Hogan match, we're probably going to make reference to his comments. But it is a big, big difference, isn't it? Between what Hogan said compared to what Benoit did. There is a big difference there. What Hogan said's horrific. I'm not diminishing it. But I think we could all agree that what Benoit did is a different level. So, I don't know. It's very, very difficult. I think this is why I wouldn't judge anyone. I wouldn't judge anyone. Everyone knows, everything that's gone down. If you've got the ability to do it and you can separate them and you can go back and you can enjoy those matches, brilliant. I sort of wish I could, to be honest. Because he is so tied up in the history of wrestling. And he was an incredible performer. He really was something special. So, from an in-ring point of view, he was, we're not talking about some enhancement talent. We're not talking about a mid-carder. We're talking about a seriously good wrestler. Very technical, excellent storyteller. I wasn't expecting to sit here and talk about how great of a wrestler Chris Benoit was, but he really was. He really was. And I just can't go back and enjoy it anymore. But if anyone can, hats off to you. But I'm not going to take my hat off because it is a bad hair day. Connor said, do we see any of these new factions facing Seth, Breaker, Bronson, Punk, I don't know what you mean. What you on about? Do we see any of these new factions? I don't know what you mean. I don't even know that we've got any new factions coming in or anything, but... Vikings Wolf, shout out to you, said, is it me or has it felt like WWE has been cram-packed with pay-per-views and little builds, causing them to be a little lackluster? Or is this TKO money grab? What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that WrestleMania was delayed probably because of the European tour. So WrestleMania was delayed. That has meant that it's a little bit closer to Backlash. So that's... I don't know that it's necessarily a strategy, but I think that the delay of WrestleMania has meant there's not much room between WrestleMania and Backlash, right? So that's why those were quite close. The gap between Backlash and Money in the Bank would have been normal, would have been fine. But what we've done is in the middle of that gap, we've dropped to Saturday night's main event. Now, there's 4 of those a year. So we did one at the start of the year. We got another one here. I think the next one is in July. So that's something that was negotiated with USA Network, that when they had SmackDown, they also wanted 4 specials. So we said, yeah, of course, brilliant. So on a Saturday, so Saturday night's main event came back. So we've, got that, which we've put in here. And then we've got, obviously, Money in the Bank coming up. So I feel like this period, because of the delayed WrestleMania and because of the Saturday night's main event, has made this period exceptionally tight. I don't know if come August it's going to be like this. Come September, it's going to be like this. I mean, in September, I'm not aware of loads of stuff that's happening, right? So it might just be that this is because WrestleMania's run was so long and we were on that European tour and we couldn't really do any special shows for quite a long time. We went a good run, actually, from on that European tour where we weren't really doing any Saturday night's main events, or, we did Rumble, we did Elimination Chamber. The next thing was WrestleMania. And I think that has just kind of knocked everything together, squashed everything together. So it's a difficult one. It's one that I think I can see what they've tried to do. They're trying to do stories that are going to pay up. So like, Lyra Becky, They could have done that match at Saturday night's main event, but they haven't. They've let it kind of just cook in the background, and that is now going to go to Money in the Bank, right? Bron Breakker, Seth, they weren't at Backlash, if memory serves me correct, because they've had that payoff at Saturday night's main event instead. So I think what they've tried to do is they've tried to have several stories. That's going to go to that show. That's going to continue to that show. That one's going to go to that show. I don't think it's not like the whole of Raw has built to Saturday night's main event. And now we've got literally 2 weeks to try and build the whole of Raw to Money in the Bank, I think they've tried to be quite clever in that story's going to go to there. That story's going to go to that show. Each story has got its own destination. I give them credit for that. Whether it's worked or not worked is, down to personal preference. It's down to how you feel about the shows. But, the other thing as well is, like, spreading out the talking points. So, every show we look for something significant. As a wrestling fan, every show you want to feel like it was worth watching. I don't want to watch Raw tonight and come away from it being like, well, that was a waste of time. I want to feel like, okay, but that was worth watching because of it. This is why I'm not down on Saturday night's main event, because I watched it and I felt like it was worth watching. I feel like I didn't waste my time because Big Bronson Reed joined that group. And that group now has got a whole different dynamic, a whole new element. So that alone, without all the other stuff that happens, meant that show was a significant show. And it meant that show was something that if you've missed, you have missed a chapter, a segment in the story's evolution, right? But unfortunately, because of all these shows, we're having to space those talking points out. So it means that there probably have been some Raws and SmackDowns that have missed out on some matches and on some talking points. If you didn't have Saturday night's main event, all those matches, all those talking points would have been on Raw, would have been on SmackDown instead. That would have helped Raw. It would have helped SmackDown. So I think it's an interesting conversation that those shows, those Saturday night's main events, they might not be the sole reason as to why Raw and SmackDown has been a little bit mid, but they have contributed to taking some of those talking points away. Because again, without those shows, those talking points go to Raw, they go to SmackDown. Tonight, you would have had Bronson Reed join Seth's group, and that would be a talking point, and that would have helped tonight's show. Well, we can't do that because we did it on Saturday. So I sort of feel like I don't know that there's necessarily a strategy to like, let's flood every weekend we can. I mean, obviously, the more shows they do, the more tickets they sell, the more merch they sell. It's one of those where I can understand that. Less house shows, more meaningful shows does make sense to the bottom line. But equally, if I'm Triple H, I'm also putting my foot down saying I can't do a show 2 a week and some like every other weekend. Like, you're asking a bit too much at the moment. We need a bigger roster, or I need a bigger writing team, or we need to restructure, or whatever it might be. I mean, I could understand him kind of pushing back on it a bit. But who knows, in the future, next year, the year after, 5 years' time, we could see shows coming at us thick and fast. This could be a little glimpse as to what the future might look like, because, well, more shows means more ticket sales, means more, and globally as well. TKO are looking globally. So it's not as if we've run the US dry, because, well, we'll go London, won't we? We'll do a show in London. We'll do a show in France. We'll do a show in Germany. We'll do a show in Australia. We'll do a show in Mexico. We'll do a show in Canada. There's enough destinations for WWE to go to where we're not going to worry about, we can't keep hitting Florida. We can't keep hitting New York. We're kind of running those areas dry. People are getting a bit bored of constantly coming out to watch WWE shows. We don't have to worry about that. So many places we can go now globally. So, yeah, could I see TKO filling up that calendar in the future? Yeah, I could. Am I excited by that? Well, I am, because as long as they can book it well, as long as they can book it and get the creative team where it needs to be and have all these stories paying off, which they're trying to do now to varying degrees of success. But I think as a viewer, I could understand you feeling more wrestling, more wrestling. Just constantly being bombarded with it and feeling a bit fatigued by it. I actually think my enjoyment of yesterday's NXT suffered a touch because of that, if I'm being honest. I did find myself watching matches, and the matches were fine, but I was not losing my mind over them because, well, I've seen a lot of wrestling recently. And so it's I really do need to see something pretty special to kind of get a reaction, Just a so-so match now, I'm not going to be whoa, that was actually really good. If we haven't... You're a lot more grateful when you haven't seen wrestling in a little while, You're a lot more kind of okay, yeah, well, no, I'll take that, But I've seen a lot of wrestling, so NXT needed to deliver something really good, and I think that maybe the show just suffered a little bit from the amount of wrestling we've had recently. Maybe Raw will suffer a little bit as well tonight, I'm not sure, but I think there'll be a lot of talking tonight, to be honest. There'll be wrestling, make no mistake about it, but I think there'll be a lot of segments tonight. There's a lot of setting up for Money in the Bank. There's a lot of fallout from Saturday night's main event. There's a lot of bits that are going on at the moment. I just tried switching over to Starlink, and that does not look like it's helping or making anything any better, to be honest. Let's try and switch back. I just tried resetting it to see if that would make any difference. We don't normally... A little flicker of... Okay. That might be better. Some horrible lag there. Really horrible. I just had to reset the Wi-Fi and try 2 different routers. But it looks like it's holding. Now, this is actually Starlink. We're actually using Starlink right now. It is the downside of being in the countryside. The downside of being in the countryside is that you are a slave to just the 5G network. But normally, considering the amount we stream, I've got to say, can't complain too much. But unfortunately, we do get drama from time to time. But hopefully that'll hold. I dropped the quality a touch, just a whisper. And so hopefully that'll hold. So we should be back now. Right, Connor said, do we think that we see Grayson Waller and Austin Theory break up tonight? No. We've been teasing that for so long. I'm going to Wyatt 6 it, and that is I'll believe it when I see it. Camden, shout out to you, buds. Said, Daze, is it just me, or does Jey's title reign feel like a big mess? It's like if WWE had Jey's title reign as its own multiverse. He's had like 5 different feuds at the same time. Camden, shout out to you, bud. I think that they're trying to do that on purpose. I think they're trying to make it seem like he is very much a hunted man and that there is a lot of people coming for his championship, right? There's a lot of like noise around him. To be honest with you, he's quite a weak champion because he's not someone that's been a world champion before. He's a tag team wrestler that has kind of broke out into being a singles guy. He had lost to Gunther, I think, like, was it 3 times before actually winning? So he's not a champion that has really established himself as being this, like, really credible, oh my God, you need to be on your best day to beat Jey Uso, right? He's not established himself like that yet. It's kind of like if you do Cody against the average person, the average wrestler, you know Cody's going to win, right? It's going to need something special to get that title off Cody. And actually, John Cena trying to win 17 titles in his retirement year, that's how Cody lost the belt, right? And even then, it took Travis Scott coming down and all the shenanigans, yeah? With Jey, I think the story's probably right that a lot of people are looking at Jey thinking, this is my opportunity to be a world champion. I think a lot of people, a lot of characters should look at Jey and think, if I can't win it now, I'm really going to struggle. Because what are they going to do if Roman gets his hands on it? What are they going to do if Seth gets his hands on it? Because Seth is not only an amazing singles wrestler, but he's got Heyman, he's got Bron Breakker, he's got Bronson Reed, he's building his own bloodline, right? So, but Jey is not going to cheat. Jey is not going to have people for outside interfering. So, and Jey is also, no disrespect, a little bit limited when it comes to his wrestling ability as a singles star. So I think that having a lot of people fancy their chances eyeing up the World Heavyweight Championship right now, I don't think that's a bad story, honestly. If anything, I might even be tempted to kind of turn that up and actually really play into the idea that the locker room sees Jey as a weak champion. You know, you lost to Gunther several times before WrestleMania and now you've won. Well, that doesn't say to me that you're dominant. And actually, you know, put that to Jey and see how Jey responds. And of course, booking-wise, you keep having him win. So he wins and he overcomes and he shows that actually, no, I am the man, right? So actually that kind of story helps Jey because you're kind of reflecting real life, really. What I'm saying is what a lot of people are thinking on social media. I see a lot of people saying those kinds of things, that Jey doesn't feel like his world championship material. It doesn't feel like he should be the world champion. He's limited as a singles wrestler. You might as well use those doubts, concerns, criticisms. You might as well use those in a story. So for me, I think it is a mess. I think it's meant to be a mess. I might lean more into it and actually then might have Jey overcoming these challenges to show that, no, I am actually legit. I hadn't put the pieces together before, but I've put the pieces together now. I am actually him. I am legit. So I don't mind that too much, to be honest with you. I don't mind that. It's a very different story to one that we would see maybe with Cody. Cody wasn't having to battle loads of different people, but I don't know that the locker room fancied their chances against Cody quite as much as they do against Jey. So I might lean into that story a little bit more. Constantly have Jey overcome him. I don't think Jey loses the title till SummerSlam at the earliest. And even then, I'm not sure. I do think Seth's going to get that World Heavyweight Championship, though. So I don't know if we do Jey versus Seth at SummerSlam. But, yeah, I think I'd be tempted to have Jey getting really annoyed at all these people that are like around, and like even defending that World Heavyweight Championship sometimes on Raw. If he's going to lose that belt at SummerSlam, I would have him defend it at Money in the Bank. I'd have him defend it on Raw a couple of times. I'd have him defend it on that Saturday night's main event in July. I reckon you could get another 4-5 title defenses in before he has to defend it at SummerSlam. I mean, if you do Money in the Bank, the July Saturday night's main event, and 2 title defenses on Raw before SummerSlam, that would be 4. And so you could deal with some of the people that are around before he has to drop it to Seth. And actually a fired up Jey that just wants to pick off these challengers one by one and does and wins. I don't mind that story. Honestly, I don't mind it. I'm not crazy about Jey being champion because I think that we could probably do with it being a Roman and a bloodline story and something that feels bigger than what we've got right now. Yeah. Because what we've got right now in Jey doesn't feel that big of a story to me. I actually think the problem isn't that so many people are coming after him. It's that it doesn't feel like a big deal. That's the bigger problem. Seth's got his eye on that belt, and that's the match we build. But I wouldn't do that till SummerSlam. So that means between now and SummerSlam, we need to cause a bit more chaos, I think. We need to turn the dial up. If what Jey is dealing with right now is a 7.5 kind of level chaos, make it 11. Make it 12. Like, really turn it up. Really, like, you know, have it so that he's getting attacked by a fair few people. He's getting attacked backstage. He's having to try and get some friends to help watch his back. Like, the guy's just not safe. And how he deals with it is, I'm going to take you on one by one. First up, I'm calling out such and such. Next week, open challenge. Like, I'm going to deal with you guys. You want your shot, you can have your shot. I think you could get something out of that, and then ultimately loses the belt to Seth at SummerSlam. But I don't know if that's the direction we're going in. But it is true, you've got Gunther. Actually, Gunther's got a shot, hasn't he? Is that on Raw? He's got a shot in, like, June, is it? Early June? So we are doing something like that, in all fairness. Gunther's got a shot coming up soon. And then, I don't know what he's doing at Money in the Bank, Jey. Word on the street is probably in that tag match, isn't it? Not what I would do with him. I would have him defend the belt. I would have him defend the belt. I wouldn't have him in that match. But I don't think that match is good enough anyway. To be honest, I think it's just a way of getting Travis Scott into a match. And we've just lumped a load of other people in as well. So, yeah, I don't know. We could break this down for quite a while, but I get where you're coming from. I don't think it's the most exciting thing in the world, but it is where we are. We're trying to build a star, if you will. We're trying to build a main eventer, and we've been trying to do that for a while with Jey. What's your favourite wrestling conspiracy theory, says Mike. I honestly, I don't know. I don't really go in for conspiracy theories. There was the whole conspiracy theory. The one that would come to my mind first of all, that I heard, was that when the Warrior came back, it was a different person, and it wasn't the same Warrior. So that was a conspiracy theory. There's obviously the conspiracy theory of Macho Man punching Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 9. I think that's been largely discredited. There's the conspiracy theory that Macho Man got with Stephanie, and that's why Macho Man was never welcomed back to WWE, and why it took so long for him to go into the Hall of Fame, because actually he, you know, romantically got involved with Stephanie when she was young. Vince found out, and he was then blacklisted. So those are the kind of conspiracy theories. But to be honest, I don't have a favourite because I'm not really into conspiracy theories. So I'm not really the best person to ask when it comes to that. But those would be the first ones that would come to my mind. But I don't have a favourite. Chris said, if kept, everyone's updated. Chris, I don't know what that's in reference to, but shout out to you. But Jonathan said, Daze, when Roman returns, what's going to be next for him? And who do we think will beat Cena for the title? I'm curious about your thoughts. What will be next for Roman? Well, last time we saw Roman was the betrayal of Paul Heyman, and that's not going to go unanswered. So I've got to think that when Roman comes back, he's going to set his sights on his wise man, on Seth. Now, I think Roman's back before SummerSlam. So could it be a case that Roman ends up in a match with Bron Breakker? Could it be that he actually ends up in a match with like Bronson Reed or someone like that as he tries to get to Seth Rollins? You know, it could be Jey versus... Oh, man, that would be good, actually. Imagine if you do Jey versus Seth, night one, Roman versus Braun, night one. If Roman wins, he faces Seth on day 2. So actually, day 2 would be Seth versus Roman for the World Heavyweight Championship on day 2. But Roman has to beat Bron Breakker in order to get that opportunity. I mean, the only downside with that is that obviously if he does, you're going to have to find a way of protecting Bron Breakker. But Braun losing to Roman is no great hardship, yeah? And depending on how you book it, it could be really fun. But I think Roman's coming back and he's going after that group. But we just said about how it could be Jey Seth at SummerSlam, because it feels like Seth has got his sights set on that championship. Maybe we do Seth Roman and we don't do any title stuff. Perhaps we do Seth Roman, but he's coming back for that group because of the betrayal of Paul. You can't ignore that. So he's coming back after that group. So maybe Seth avoids Jey at SummerSlam. But I think there's probably a way that you can do both. You could probably find a way of doing like Jey versus Seth and Roman versus Braun or something along those lines, which could be fun. Hard to set up, though, because, of course, going into it, what if Jey wins? If Roman wins and Jey wins, you would end up with Roman Jey. But, I mean, a little segment where Roman confronts Jey and says, like, you know, I hope you win. I hope we get to have a match. And, you know, we fought before, but this time it'll be under much better circumstances. Like, you could do a segment quite easily where Roman speaks to Jey and is like, I hope it's you. I want to get revenge on Seth, but if I'm going to fight on day 2 for the championship, I actually hope it's against you. I'm so proud of what you've achieved. Blah, 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 you know? So you can sort of address that. What if it goes that way? But of course, if I was booking it, you would have Seth win. And then that would set up Seth Roman for day 2, which is the more exciting match. The bigger match. And you could go down that road. So, yeah, I can't see Roman, however you want to book it, whatever you want to do. I can't see Roman going after anyone else other than that group and the Paul Heyman betrayal. In regards to Cena, he is obviously getting towards the end of the year, walking away. They keep talking about him ruining wrestling. Just when you think he's showing signs of potentially turning babyface, he'll snap back again, right? So I think in regards to Cena, I'm looking at Cody, because Cody, and I think it'll be late in the year, Cody is someone that they see as their quarterback. That is not just talk, right? He is like one of their top merch sellers. He gets loads of views. He sells loads of tickets. He always sticks around, meets the fans. He was born for that role, right? He was born for being the baby face of the company. And I sort of feel like he is unfortunate with how he was booked. And we've spoke about that before. But he lost the belt at WrestleMania to John Cena, who is in real life a good friend of his. And I do not believe that John would want to derail Cody's momentum. I do not believe that John would want to come back and take that belt from Cody and not give him something back in return, you know, and not repay it in some way before he walks away. It's going to be really hard to see John leave and not help Cody in some way, because he took from Cody at WrestleMania. But before he retires, I've no doubt he's giving something back. Now, most obviously, that would be the belt. But it might not be the belt. It might be that he loses and that Cody will be John's final match. It could be that Cody retires John Cena and is the one to kick John out of WWE. But it's hard to see that happening because it's going to be hard to see John being booed in his final match. I don't think people are going to want to boo John in his final match. So I don't really think you want Cody in that situation. If I'm booking John's end of the year, I really am trying to find a way of having Cody be the one that gets the belt and benefits to give him back what he lost at Mania. And I am trying to find a way of having the crowd enjoy that moment. I need Cody to be the one that gets the belt off John, and I need the crowd to love it. How I book that is going to be tricky. This is why they are so desperately trying to get you to hate John, with him beating up R-Truth, him constantly berating the fans, him having a match with Randy in Randy's hometown. You know, they are really trying to do whatever they can. You know, he almost helped Logan win the world title the other day. Now he's going to be in a tag team. Who are his partners? Travis Scott and Logan Paul. I mean, I don't know if there's two more hated people in wrestling right now than Travis Scott and Logan Paul. And those are John Cena's rumoured partners. So I sort of feel that they are doing everything they can. They are playing every trick in the book to try and get you to hate John Cena, because they want that moment where John loses the belt to be euphoric. They want you to be absolutely over the moon that John is not going to ruin wrestling. I mean, the whole ruining wrestling thing is designed to have you hoping, please, can someone save wrestling? You know, that whole story is designed so that you will get behind the baby faces. And I think that ultimately it's Cody that will benefit, because it was Cody that was costed at WrestleMania, and I think it'll be paid back to him. How you do it, when you do it, tricky, isn't it? Because it doesn't really matter about how or when, to be honest with you. The only thing that matters is that when it happens and however it happens, the crowd are behind the babyface. That's the most important thing. The babyface is the one that gets all the support, and that John is, like, you know, the one that people are so desperate to see lose that title. And how, if you do it in his last match, his second for last match, if you do it in that city or that city, it obviously does play a factor and it does make a difference. Of course it does. But it's not really the focus. The focus is, how do we get John so hated that when the babyface gets the belt off him, that babyface is, you know, loved and elevated and, oh my God, thank you. You know, you've saved wrestling. That's what they would love. That's what they would love. So in regards to who that should be, for me, it should be Cody, because Cody is the person they see as the current John Cena. Roman is obviously a massive star, but he is on a part-time schedule. He is not someone that's going to come in and carry the company. They've just done that for 4 years, and it worked really, really well. But that story arc has come to a close now. And I don't think they're looking to kind of go back to Roman and Bloodline and all that stuff. That's done. So what Roman does going forward now is going to be, you know, part-time. He's going to come in, he'll have other title reigns, but I don't think they're going to be as special as the Bloodline one. I think when we look back on Roman's career, what we've just done is what he will be remembered for, Bloodline. And anything from this point now, I think, is going to be more title runs, more tickets sold, more stories told. But I can't see anything happening on the scope and the scale of Bloodline. So I think with Cody, they feel like that's our full-time guy that we can put the rocket ship to. You know, Roman will move more to like an Undertaker role of being the attraction. Roman will move into that role of being, oh man, Roman's got that match against Jacob at WrestleMania. So it's not for a title, but it's like, oh my God, that match is going to bang, mate. Roman Reigns, Jacob Fatu at WrestleMania. Good story, good builds. I can see that being how we use Roman. In regards to Cody will be around the title, you know. Roman Rock. You know, Roman Rock. There's no belt needed. We're going to do Roman Rock. We're going to do Roman Jacob. We're going to do those types of stories with Roman. In regards to Cody, he's the one that I think carries the weight of the belt. Punk will get a run. Gunther might get a run. You know, people will get their runs. But I think Cody is the quarterback. I think he is the guy that they want to give the ball to. And he's the guy they took the ball off at WrestleMania. And I just don't believe John would do that without paying Cody back. I just don't think John would do that without having Cody repaid in some way. So there we go. Quite in depth, quite a few thoughts. But yeah, there's just so much and so many different directions you can go. None of what I said there could end up being where we go. But that's just how it seems. That's just what it seems like they're trying to do with John. And, you know, Cody's back now. He was the one that stopped Logan from winning that title. And, you know, by design, WWE know that fans don't want Logan as champion. So having Cody stop it is like, you know, meant to build up more love for Cody. Everything they do for a specific reason like that. So, yeah. Interesting. Goat Meat said, Double or Nothing was amazing. Did you see it? No, I don't watch AEW, but... Cringe said, Handsome Days, I'm never going to give you up. I'm never going to let you down. Never going to run around and desert you. Never going to make you cry. I'll never say goodbye. Never going to tell a lie and hurt you. Cringe Wolf, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Nice vibe to that, actually. You could probably put a beat behind that. I think you've got there's a little summit there. I'm sensing a little summit there. Either that or you should go into poetry. We could have Sunny Wolf and Cringe Wolf uniting and creating wonderful poetry together. So, Cringe Wolf, thank you for the support, my friend. I hope you've had a good day. Obviously, we are almost done with the first hour, which is kind of crazy. These shows go by so quickly. But, yeah, I hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's looking forward to Raw. And Cringe Wolf, thank you, my friend. Matt Carney said purpose and meaning. Obviously, a match can feel purposeful if it's the belt or something. But how can something feel meaningful? Well, it's just about having a deep connection, isn't it? If you're a fan and you watch wrestling and are invested, then hopefully in that story, hopefully the match will then carry purpose, won't it? I mean, there's plenty of title matches that have purpose but no meaning. Like, you know, I could get two people off the street you've never heard of, create a championship you've never heard of, and have a match that you won't care for. The match has got a purpose. It's for this title that I've just made up, but it won't mean anything to you. Like, you won't have an emotional connection to it. Maybe they'll wrestle and they'll be really good and you'll be like, oh my God, these two are having low-key such an amazing match. And maybe you will emotionally get connected during the match. Maybe then you'll start to care about the outcome. And maybe then that match has found some meaning, even though you didn't know anything about these two, right? But if they put on an absolute banger and you are like, I can't stop watching this, this is actually incredible, then even two nobodies can put on something really, really special. In regards to, like, in WWE, then it's about storytelling, isn't it? It's about characters. It's about presentation. It's about this is why we spend so long on all that stuff. There's a reason why we constantly have to look at Jey's entrance and constantly have to do entrances for people, because that is providing an opportunity for the commentators to talk about these characters, to talk about their motivations. You know, Michael Cole might say, I spoke to Bianca earlier today. She's determined to get her belt back. These are little things that you don't really think about anymore. But if you're a first-time viewer, or you've only been watching for a short time, this is information that is going to help you connect with the characters a little bit more. You're going to find out where their minds are at and what their motivations are. And, you know, not only does an entrance allow the commentators to kind of come out with stuff like that, and they can do that during the matches as well, but obviously the entrances allow the crowd to show you their reactions. So, for example, if someone comes out, the whole crowd are booing, that's going to make you feel a certain way. If someone comes out, the whole crowd are going bananas, that's going to make you feel a certain way. The other thing as well is obviously you're getting a lot more information about the character. If someone comes out and it's like Aleister Black rising up from the ground with candles and, you know, it's very atmospheric, that's going to add to the character, isn't it? As opposed to someone that just comes out and waves. And so all of the entrance stuff and what the commentators are saying and the ring gear and the entrance gear and the mannerisms and what is said in promos and all of that is done. Everything is done for a reason, and that reason is to get you connected more to the characters so that when they have their matches, there is more meaning behind those matches and that you are more invested and that you care more. So presentation is so important. So important. It can make and break people. And this is why when people are like, oh, I don't like such and such, it's good to think about, okay, well, why? Is it their promos? Is it their matches? Is it their presentation? Is it the ring gear, entrance gear, music? Music's so important. WWE seems to have forgotten that. But music is so important. The presentation, the entrances, it's so important. I mean, look at Jey coming through the crowd, yeeting, and just what that's done for him. Take away yeet. Take away the coming through the crowd. Take away the hand gesture. What are you left with Jey Uso? You know, that carries a lot of weight for him. Carries a lot of weight. If you boil him down to his in-ring work, that ain't a world champion. And this is why there's so many people that are not on board with Jey being champion. Because if you actually exclude his presentation and just look at his actual in-ring work, that ain't a world champion, right? I don't mind it because the kids love Jey. The kids love the yeeting. You see how much joy it brings if, you know, that kid's at the weekend that got to yeet along with Jey and was like about to explode afterwards. I mean, kids look at that and think that could be me. Imagine if I go to the show and I'm in the crowd and I get to yeet with Jey, you know, and they can yeet at home and all that stuff as well. So I keep saying kids because you see a lot of kids in the crowds. You see him yeeting with the kids. Like, I think he does resonate. He's bright, he's colourful, he's fun. I think he really resonates with the kids. He resonates with adults as well. There's plenty of adults that show me they've got the new yeet shirt. I'm not saying he only caters to kids. I'm just saying that, you know, I think that he is one that the kids especially find themselves gravitating towards. And, I get it. I totally understand. But if you're older and you care more about in-ring, you care, okay, that's all lovely. But when the bell goes, what am I getting? You know, that's where people can be like, Jey ain't it for me. And I get that. I do understand that. So it's one of those, isn't it, where people find meaning in different places. Some people, the sizzle is what grabs their attention. I mean, I find this actually with some of the matches as well. Look at Sol Ruka match the other day. I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I wasn't crazy about it, what they did at Battlegrounds. I thought that there was some nice quick reversals. I thought they were doing some really good work. It was not a bad match. I thought it was very enjoyable. But there was a few moments that it was a little off. There was a few moments that I sort of thought they were doing twists. There was one, I think, from Sol Ruka to the outside. She did this cartwheel flip and there was this wide shot so you could see it. But if you look at how she connected, how she actually landed onto Kalani, it was a bit weak. The actual final connection was a little bit weak. And the point I made in the watch-along is I'm not going to lose my mind over that. Because to me, you are doing all this showy stuff, which should really emphasize that final connection. But there's a lot of people that only look at the showy stuff and they don't look or even think or care about that final connection. To them, they just saw someone do a cartwheel and a couple of flips and they think they're amazing. And to me, that's nothing but Cirque du Soleil. To me, that's nothing but gymnastics. It's got a place in wrestling because it's showmanship. But showmanship doesn't mean a great deal if then the final connection just looks weak and rubbish. You know, at the end of the day, this is meant to be two people battling, trying to beat each other. So you can do all these flips and cartwheels, but if at the very end of that sequence, what you're going to do is very weak and wispy and not very impactful, you're not going to have me as a fan. So I thought what they did at the weekend was fun, grabbed attention, but I was not losing my mind over it like a lot of people. I thought that the connections were better than when they faced last time. I thought it was a better match than when they faced before. I forget which show it was at. I thought it was a better match. But I felt the community score was too high for it. I think people got sucked in by the flips and the showmanship rather than looking at the connection and the wrestling itself. But it's perspective, isn't it? People are watching different things, looking for different things. What I'm looking for is maybe not what you're looking for, you know? And so that's my viewpoint, my standards, and they could be very different to some of yours. So finding meaning is difficult because there is not like a written rule, but all I can say is that everything that gets done is to try and get people invested. If it's flips, they want you to be impressed by them, yeah? If it's great music, they want you to be impressed with it and feel more connected to that character. You know, this is why ring gear is important, entrance gear is important, music is important, presentation is important, everything is important, right? Everything is important, and it's all to get you more invested in the character. Every second you are on TV is an opportunity for you to get someone more invested in you. This is why they say, like, every minute counts. Like, you've got to make every minute count. Every minute you get on TV is an opportunity for people to notice you, feel more connected to you, which then ultimately will give your matches more meaning. So pretty straightforward stuff, to be honest. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know there. Everyone knows that. There's not, but I go in a bit more detail because we get people joining us for the first time all the time. So I know 90% of you will be like, yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Like, you're not telling me anything I don't know. I'm not trying to. But yeah, there will be people that join us for the first time. And I think it's quite interesting to know how people that have been watching wrestling for a long time, how they view it, how they watch it and what they're looking for. Not everyone thinks the same. You'll get different opinions elsewhere. But, you know, I've been watching since the early 90s. And so I've seen a real evolution, a real change in wrestling. And, you know, this is kind of where we are at the moment. And when I'm looking and watching wrestling, I'm judging all of those things. I'm questioning all those things. I'm looking at all those things. There'll be things that pass me by. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of times people are like, did you notice this? Did you notice that? And no, I didn't. But, you know, you try to take in as much of information as possible. I think if you watch wrestling and you're not really a part of a community like this, you can literally just watch and see some moves and kind of who's going to win and not really think about it any more than that. But like the moves they're doing and when they're doing them and how they're building a match and what they're wearing and their mannerisms, how much they're involved in the crowd, all of that matters. And we have fun kind of really digging into that in Evolve, especially on a Wednesday, because that talent is talent that's like just TV ready. So you're really seeing people that are just at a level of, yeah, these are good enough to put on TV. They're not, maybe not good enough to be on NXT and certainly not the main roster, but they're good enough to be seen on TV. And so you can sort of look at them and see what they're trying to do and see some of the mistakes they make and things they could improve on. And I have a great time with Evolve, like really digging into the character side a lot more. So that was long, wasn't it? That's what she said. Yeet. Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Okay, Nightmare said, when Logan becomes world champion, I will be mentioning that at least he's not yeeting a lot, like numerous times per stream. I will make sure I space it out so I won't be spamming. Well, yeah, he won't be yeeting, but you've got a different problem, though, and that is that he is guilty of crypto scamming, and he is guilty of like going after someone that revealed all that crypto scam. I mean, the stuff that's happening with CoffeeZilla is a really bad look for Logan at the moment, because Logan came out and had a go at CoffeeZilla for exposing and really revealing a lot of details about the CryptoZoo scam, right? And so he went off on CoffeeZilla, and then there was such a big backlash. Like, Logan, you're caught up in something that has cost people so much money, and your reaction is to be upset with the person that's explaining what's gone on. Like, shouldn't you be upset with the people you worked with on this project? Shouldn't you be trying to do refunds for people involved in this project, right? And so he actually put out a video blasting CoffeeZilla. Then, when he saw the backlash, he deleted that, came out with another video thanking CoffeeZilla, saying thank you for bringing all this to my attention, right? You know, I'm going to work diligently to get this sorted. And then tweets have now emerged where he's in private said, I'm going to sue CoffeeZilla, I'm going to financially ruin him. And there is a legal case going on at the moment between Logan Paul and CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla's another YouTuber who does investigative, like, journalism type stuff. He deep dives into scams that social media people have been doing and, you know, things like that. And so he did a deep dive into what had gone on with CryptoZoo. He did a whole thing around Huck to a Girl's meme coin disaster as well. And, you know, that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with someone that got involved with CryptoZoo, made a mistake, has refunded people, apologized, and, you know, whatever. We're dealing with someone that is quite slow on his refunds with fixing this problem, right? I mean, this has been a big mark, a big stain on Logan, this whole CryptoZoo thing. And it's still not been dealt with. And then someone's exposed it and brought to light just how bad it all was. And he's gone after that person, and then had to, because of the backlash, change his video. Like, we're not dealing with someone here that I think is a really nice person. We're not dealing with someone here that I think is motivated for the good of his community. We're dealing with someone that is motivated by money, motivated by power, someone that is trying to, you know, just get as much money and as much power as he possibly can. And, you know, you're not going to do that without breaking some eggs. And I really think that's his approach, is that, you know, okay, the suicide forest thing, shouldn't have done it, you know, I'm sorry, blah, 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 on we go, you know. And it's just, doesn't want to, like, take that kind of accountability, and is constantly just trying to, you know, find ways of getting more money, getting more opportunities. And I understand, you know, he's just constantly trying to move forward, but he doesn't strike me or many others like a good person. And he's not the kind of person that I want in WWE. I think that at first, when he came in, he was a celebrity that had some skill, in the sense of, I do believe that he is very athletic. I do believe that he has got some boxing ability. I saw him, you know, go toe-to-toe with Floyd. And I know that Floyd probably carried Logan. It wasn't really, like, you know, going after Logan. And even Logan at the end said, I'll never quite know if Floyd just allowed me to get to the end of this fight or not. He said that in the speech himself after. I think Floyd did, but Logan showed that he is athletic. He has got some abilities. And I think that he is someone that could be in NXT, could be learning, could be doing NXT house shows, could be coming through the system. But for him to skip all of that because he's Logan and he's got this big social media following, you know, they're only using him so that they can get access to his fans. That's the truth. That's the only reason. If he was like, if he had no viewers and he wouldn't be there, would he? This is not some generational talent that is God's gift to wrestling. This is someone that's got athleticism, someone that works hard, someone that, could get into wrestling, I believe, legitimately. I think if he was a nobody and put his mind to it, I think he would get into WWE. And I think he would go through the system. But the shortcuts leave a sour taste in my mouth. The fact that he has skipped going through NXT, going through that system, and now he's straight on the main card. I mean, there are wrestlers that are not fans of Logan being around. And it comes out in interviews because wrestlers, they might not all like each other, but they are aware that the celebrities coming in taking these shortcuts are a problem. The wrestlers are aware of that. There was, I think Finn Balor's name was mentioned because they asked Logan how he was getting on with certain people. And I remember on one of his previous podcasts, he mentions Finn Balor being a bit off with him. And he thought it was because he had taken a spot at SummerSlam. And I can believe that to be true. I could believe that some of your favorite wrestlers have a problem with these celebrities being on these cards because guess what? That means they're not. Do you remember the Kyrie and Cross promo recently? Do you remember what he was saying on Raw Recap? He's tweeted it out as well about how, wrestlers are capable of viral moments. We don't need outsiders brought in so that they get given those moments that go viral. Wrestlers can do it themselves. Wrestlers can go viral. The whole Corey Graves being told you're not famous enough to sit on commentary and has been sent to NXT so Pat can sit there instead. I mean, this is a real problem with wrestling, and Logan is part of that problem. Not part of the solution. He's part of that problem. This is why the heat he gets is not heel heat. It's not heat that's generated because, we love booing it. It's because people genuinely don't like him because of things like Crypto Zoo, because of things like the Suicide Forest. So whether he yeets or not is irrelevant. He's done so much stuff that people hate. They just don't want him around. They just don't want to. They don't want to deal with him at all. He's just not a good person. So it's a real difficult one because WWE want access to his social media. And so in order to have access to his social media, you've got to keep him around. And in order to keep him around, you've got to keep him sweet. And in order to keep him sweet, you probably do have to put a world title on him at some point. Otherwise, he'll take his ball and go home. And TKO will lose out on all of that reach. And that's just not TKO, is it? So I think, is it Nightmare? Correct. I think we do mentally have to prepare ourselves for Logan being world champion. I agree. I think we do have to prepare ourselves for that. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. And part of me genuinely thought and wondered if they were doing it the weekend. There was a moment where I genuinely thought they're going to have Cena cost Jey because that gets the belt on Logan. It gets incredible heat on John Cena. And we spoke earlier about how they want Cena hated. So it gets incredible heat, nuclear heat on John Cena. And it keeps Logan sweet. And it protects Jey because Jey won't have lost clean. It was all thanks to outside interference. So when I saw Cena coming down, I genuinely thought this could be it, This could be it. This could be how they do it. And so that's why I was genuinely relieved when Cody came down and saved the day. I said at the time, they proper worked me. They had a heel try to win the belt and they had a babyface save the day. And I was right there, involved, hooked. I was emotionally connected to it because I so did not want to see Logan win that belt. And I was so relieved to see Cody come down that the story worked and they totally had me. So, yeah, I think in regards to Logan, that's kind of the situation. Like, that's not ever going to change because, I mean, unless he starts doing like loads of like charity work and really trying to change what people think of him, you know, and how people think of him. I just don't see people getting behind Logan anytime soon. And to be honest, even if he did start doing charity work, people would say he's only doing this so that people like him. He's only doing this for himself because everything he does seems to be for him. Seems to be like quite like narcissistic. And, you know, I just don't see there being much change in that. So, yeah, I agree. It's one that we've got to mentally get ready for. Almighty, shout out to you, said, what do we think about LA Knight winning Money in the Bank? I think he's earned it. He's improved his in-ring over the year or so. He's still a good promo. I think it's difficult, honestly, because I think LA Knight is seen as a mid-carder. I think he's someone that was brought in as a steady hand. I genuinely don't think they ever saw a world champion there. I think they saw someone that they liked, experienced, was going to come in, could cut a promo, could be in a tag team, could be in a faction, can open the show, can go after a mid-card belt. You know, a really good hand to have around. You know, kind of in that same mold as The Miz, where, you know, you need The Miz in a tag team. You need a bit of experience in that locker room. You know, The Miz is good for that now. I mean, they've got The Miz with Carmelo Hayes at the moment, right? Miz can go out there and do a talk show segment. LA Knight could. LA Knight could have his own Miz TV type segment. I think The Miz and LA Knight are very close. Very close. And I don't mean that as a disrespect to LA Knight. I don't mean that as a disrespect at all. I mean it in the biggest kind of compliment way that I can, in that they are people you would keep around for life. They are not people you would want to part ways with. You want your roster made up of people like that, because people like that are so versatile. They are so reliable. They are, you know, they add value. And, you know, The Miz, you know, has been involved in a lot of cringe moments throughout his career, which is why The Miz kind of, when you say his name, some people like obviously roll their eyes. But to me, this is a guy that's been at multiple WrestleManias. They've given him the WWE Championship on a couple of occasions. He's someone that's been involved in so many storylines. And he's made himself look silly, right? For the benefit of the company, you know? Like, he'll get hit in the groin with, you know, someone throwing tomatoes, or he'll get pushed into a paddling pool, or you need him to be in the 24/7 title picture, he'll do that. You need him to be in a mixed tag match against John Cena at WrestleMania, he'll do that. You need him to be Intercontinental Champion, he'll do that. You want to put Alec Riley with him, he'll do that. Put him in a tag team with Morrison, he'll do that. Miz TV, do you know what I mean? So versatile. And I think that's LA Knight as well. I think that's LA Knight. The difference is with LA Knight that I don't know that you necessarily pull the trigger and make him a world champion unless you have got a specific story to tell. LA Knight is kind of getting on a little bit in age. And if I think about who wins Money in the Bank and who becomes a world champion, I can think of several names I would go with ahead of LA Knight. I think LA Knight is solid. I think he is Miz-esque. But I don't think he's someone that I would be looking to give a world title run to. And I mean, you could do it as a bit of a thank you, but he hasn't been around all that long. I mean, he only came up to the main roster in 2022, so he hasn't really provided like long service or anything. So as a thank you, it would feel a bit early. In regards to, do we make him a world champion and give him a run with the belt? Well, what about Sammy? You know, I'm always going to say what about Sammy, because Sammy's been on the roster since, 2015? Sammy's been on the main roster 7 years, 7 years longer than LA Knight. Sammy was involved in the Bloodline story. He's already been a multiple-time mid-card champion. Like, he's faced for the championship a couple of times, always fell short. It's like, what about Sammy? If there's a queue, which there isn't, but if there was a queue, would Sammy not be ahead of LA Knight? If we put a world title onto LA Knight, why have we not done that for Sammy? And, you know, you can say, well, what about Bron Breakker? I mean, Bron Breakker could have Money in the Bank. You know, do you pull the trigger with Bron? We're really trying to invest in him. You know, do you try and build the aura back up for Solo? And could one of the ways we do that be by giving him Money in the Bank? So I think LA Knight is an option, but considering all the other options on the table, is that the right direction to go? Is that, I feel like his viral support has settled. I feel like he is a well-liked superstar that gets great reactions, but I don't know that he's been around long enough to say, thank you, here's a world title run. And I don't know that he is at the top of my list. It's not, if he was to win, I would see it as, wow, they really do see, some in LA Knight here. Numbers must be saying this is a direction to move him. So if they do go with LA Knight, that's how I would react. I wouldn't be down on it. It wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't be complaining. I wouldn't be like, what about Sammy? I would be thinking, oh, why not Sammy? Always the bridesmaid. But yeah, would that be the right direction to go out of all the options on the table? Would that be the right direction? I don't know. It's a direction. Whether it's the right direction, I think, would be up for debate. But these are the kind of conversations we're going to have, aren't they? Because Money in the Bank is not that far away, and we are getting ever closer towards it. LS Dub said, I'm not even saying I'm in favor of Knight winning. I'm not necessarily, because he doesn't do it for me, but he will circle around a world title, maybe this year or next year or later this year. Netforce said, do we think Jey is still being looked at as a tag guy because he hasn't been a single star really long? Yeah, yes, he was. I mean, that was a criticism that was labelled at him, I think, by Gunther as we headed to WrestleMania, was that he was a tag guy. This isn't his world. And of course, that was an insult thrown at him so that he could overcome that at WrestleMania. I do think that that's a problem. And I think it's going to continue to be a problem until he starts putting on really, really good singles matches. Until that match quality improves, you can put all the sizzle you want on him. And, certain fans will just buy that. Kids will buy that. Kids aren't joining us here, right? And if you are, shout out to you, right? But most kids are going to tune in and watch Raw on their own, and they're going to just be loving the big entrance. They're going to be loving, Jey eating with a kid. That could be them. Jey giving the glasses to a kid in the crowd. That could be them. Jey... 4 letters, 1 word, yeets. They're going to be yeeting along. That's their guy. That is their guy. And it's kind of like, it doesn't matter when the bell rings, if the match is compelling or not. They are watching, as they should, as I wish I could. They are watching, just hoping that Jey gets the win. Just like I did when I was a kid. I was not watching matches when I was young going, well, I think this is 3 stars. You watch and you're just like, come on, Warrior. Come on, Warrior. Come on, Undertaker. Oh, God, I hope Undertaker can beat Giant Gonzalez. He's big. He's big, man. He is big. And it's like, as a kid, that's all you think is like, Giant Gonzalez is big. That's going to be hard for Undertaker. How's he going to do it? You don't think, well, yeah, of course he's going to win because what they're going to do is they're going to set up a rematch for SummerSlam. Word on the street is Undertaker's then going to move towards Yokozuna, right? So we'll kind of head in that direct. You don't think that way. You don't think like that kind of long term. I've heard this, the rumor mill. As a kid, you just don't think that way. So in regards to Jey, the way that kids and other people look at Jey and love the sizzle and don't care about the steak is unfortunately not how everyone can view him. We sometimes have to tolerate the sizzle. There's plenty of times where Jey's got his entrance and people are like, oh God, I can't do this every week. Another 10 minutes of him coming out doing all this. But you know the kids are watching and going, loving it, like, this is my favourite part of the week. But then you've got like boomer adults like, oh my God. And it's exactly the same with the Warrior. It was exactly the same. If you go back to old observers, you've got people like going off about how the Warrior sucks and how, like, when the bell rings, he's lost. He doesn't know what he's doing. But as a kid, you're so excited about the colourful character and him running to the ring and shaking the ropes. And it didn't matter that when the bell rang, he was useless. It didn't matter that he was lost and he was just like clothesline, power, gorilla press slam, splash, 1, 2, 3. You match normally done in a minute. Just didn't make any. He was just the living embodiment of excitement, wasn't he? And it didn't matter that his matches sucked. And that is kind of how we watch wrestling when we're young. And so I think with Jey, there's plenty of people out there that are going to tell you, no, it does. He's not a tag guy. He's a world champion and he's amazing and all this stuff, right? But you will find other people that are like, no, when that bell rings, he's still not quite there. He's still, you know, I'm waiting to see that 5-star flipping, even a 4-star Jey Uso match. You know, his match with Logan was okay at best. Really, it got a good score from this community because I think of all the shenanigans. You know, Cena coming down, Cody coming down, Logan almost winning, but thankfully not. And then Jey getting the victory. There was all this kind of, Cody's back, we're building to this tag match now. Stuff happened. Things happened in that match. Quite big things. And I think that all got reflected in the score. But if you was to just score the actual match itself, no, it was nothing special. There was nothing special at all. And it's just, you know, he had a match with Gunther at WrestleMania. Gunther doesn't do bad matches. But that match was mid. On Cage Match, it's mid. It's got a mid score. In our community, it had a mid score. You had some people that loved it. Jey fans. I mean, I'm a Gunther fan, and I thought it was mid. And I still, to this day, don't understand why they had him tap out. Because now you've got the crowd chanting, you tapped out to Gunther, and they're not letting it go. Just like we knew they would. Just like I think WWE knew that they would. And I don't know what the logic was. Was it so that Gunther would be so upset he would attack the commentators? Is that why you did it? Because I would say that Gunther losing his belt should make Gunther upset to do whatever. There is no justification for Gunther tapping out. But anyway, even that aside, the match before was mid. Not bad, just middle of the road, average. And until Jey can sort that out, until he can bring the excitement we used to get, Usos tag matches were brilliant. As a tag team, they are one of the best tag teams WWE has ever had. And he just can't quite bring that to his singles matches. And let's not even get started on Jimmy versus Jey at WrestleMania 40 and how much of a flipping bad taste that put in everyone's mouth. You know, if you talk about Jey's matches, at some point someone's going to bring that match up, and it was bad. It was really bad. And I think it's been really hard to shake that tag, to be honest. I think it's been really difficult to get rid of that kind of stench of that match. So, yeah, in regards to Jey, I think we're right to invest in him. I think that the numbers say this is the direction to go. So from a business point of view, I'm not down on it. Him winning the Rumble, I wasn't down on it. Him winning the title, I wasn't crazy about it because I love Gunther, but I get it, right? There was no tears. And him keeping the belt, there's no tears. But I really would be trying to improve his match quality. It's so frustrating because as a tag guy, he was part of one of the best tag teams. And now as a singles guy, the quality is nowhere near the same. So if I was working with Jey, I would be doing whatever I could to, you know, try and get him to keep improving his singles stuff. I would be sitting down and rewatching his matches and seeing where it's kind of going a little bit awry, or like where the issues are. You know, is it the structure of the matches? Is it that, you know, we need to beat Jey down and he needs better comebacks? Is it that some of the sequences he's got as a singles wrestler are just not, you know, as compelling as like maybe when he was doing the tag stuff? Because there was a lot of stuff he did with his brother that was really compelling and really, like, you know, they were kind of working so well together. That, you know, Usos matches were just incredible. But I suppose in a way it's a bit like the Young Bucks. They work really well together. They got loads of moves that they do together. They work in unison. But if you was to put one of them into a match as a solo person, they're probably going to struggle. It's, you know, they probably don't have the same sort of sequence of moves that's going to work as well as a solo star as they would if they had a partner. You know, some of the best stuff is when one person will do something, the other person will come in and complete a move or will connect with a drop kick or something, and you can tell they're just kind of working together. Whereas you miss all of that with Jey as a solo star. You've got to carry that full weight yourself. It's different. It is different. It's not easy. And when he's been doing tag stuff for as long as he has, it's not easy. So I think we have to expect a transitional period. And I would say that there's probably been some improvement there, but not enough for it to be like really noticeable. Not enough for it to be, you know, his matches aren't bad. His singles matches aren't bad. It's not like we're like, oh my God, what's this guy doing? What's this clown? Like, it's not that, but is he getting 4 stars? Is he getting 4.5 stars? Is he picking up those kind of ratings? For me, it's like 3.5. Is around that level. We need to pick it up. Otherwise, yeah, he won't shake that tag. Cody's muscles is not the only thing that's improved. His bubble butt has improved, said a little Elizabeth. Elizabeth's very excited at Cody's return. Cody's run would have been fine with some decent opponents and storytelling. It was creative that dropped the ball. I agree. I agree. We've had that conversation, haven't we, where we really dug into how frustrating it was. They could not follow finishing the story with something better. And, you know, he just kept getting one-off, like, feuds. I mean, he had a couple of matches with AJ, but no one expected him to lose the belt to AJ. Really, they did a feud with AJ, or they did a build towards a match with AJ. They did Backlash. It was amazing. That did get 5 stars. Matt Meltzer gave that match 5 stars. You lot said it was the best in-ring match of 2024, right? If you, from a WWE perspective, if you take away him finishing the story and all the shenanigans of Undertaker and Rock and Cena, just bell to bell, what was the best normal in-ring match without all that kind of garnish? It was Cody versus AJ at Backlash. That's how he follows WrestleMania 40, by putting on the best wrestling match of 2024. And it wasn't good enough, you know? It's because the stories matter. And like, as a one-off, I think people would have been like, okay, good, yeah. But we needed to move into something else. Instead, he hangs around AJ again and we do a rematch, which is also very well received. I think that one gets like 4.5 stars. It's the street fight type thing with weapons and all of this. Again, really good match. But it doesn't... No one thinks that AJ's winning the title, and it doesn't really matter. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the belt's not really in peril, it's just like, okay, Cody's going to win. How's he going to do it? And so you see, but you want something more meaningful. We've just gone from finishing the story, which has got so much meaning. You want something that's going to be able to follow that. The AJ feud wasn't that. And then what do we move on to? Just a load of nonsense. I think a Logan match, a tag match at Bad Blood with him partnering Roman. The Solo Sikoa thing at SummerSlam, which was just mids. Solo was not that level. I feel sorry for Cody because Solo was not that level. You know, that would have been much better if it was Jacob. You know, if it was Cody versus Jacob, that would have been more compelling. But it was Solo, and as we know, Solo's aura just wasn't where it needed to be post WrestleMania 40. So I agree. I just think the booking was just really, really not good for Cody. And I think it did turn a lot of people against him. And I think people were ready for Cena to kind of take that belt at WrestleMania. Let's see what he can do in his final year. And it's Cena. People love him. People were buying tickets to say goodbye to him. Plenty of fans that weren't ever going to turn. Like that kid in Belgium. Do you remember him? Cena calls him out. And you got a kid in a Cena shirt. And Cena called him out. He did an interview after. And he's like, I know he's only playing a character. I'll always love John. And even that kid was like, I can't do it. I think even R-Truth has done an interview after Saturday night's main event. He's still not abandoned John. In the interview after Saturday night's main event, R-Truth was still like, we've got to bring him back, man. There was a moment there. You could see, like, we can bring him back. He's still banging that drum of, like, I'm with you, John, you know? There's some people that just can't turn on Cena. They just can't bring themselves to do it. So, you know, I agree. Cody's booking was mid. If Cody has another title run, says Brony, and it's just as underwhelming, is the blame still going to be on creative? Cody needs to do something character-wise to get some intrigue around him. Well, it's hard to comment, isn't it? Because we've not seen what his next run is going to be. I mean, I can't sit and say that it's creative's fault for a reign that hasn't existed. I mean, it's not that it's not Cody's fault ever, but if I sit here and say he followed up WrestleMania 40 with the best in-ring match as voted for by this community, a match that Dave Meltzer gave 5 stars to, you know, I don't know how he can really follow up WrestleMania with anything better. Like, that is really, really good. And his promos were solid. The crowd were always with him. The crowd didn't turn on him. He didn't lose the crowd. He lost social media, but for me, it's the creative not being compelling enough that has meant that he lost social media. So we can't really sit here and say if he has another run, is it going to be creative's fault? I don't know what's happened, do I? I mean, if Cody is doing really great promos and putting on really great matches and is fiery and really, you know, playing his part, then yes, it is creative. You know, the performer can only perform the material. It's a bit like being a great actor in a play, you know. If the script that they're given sucks, they can act their heart out, but the play's going to bomb. The play is going to be atrocious. It's not going to be well received. It's not going to win any awards. People aren't going to buy tickets. But the actors in it could be amazing. They could be fantastic. And for me, I'm quite happy to have the conversation about, oh, it's Cody's fault or it's creative's fault, because for me, the lion's share of the blame is with creative on that title run. Again, you look at the matches that he has. Look at the match he has with Kevin at the Royal Rumble. People raved about that match. His match quality was good. His match quality was strong. His promos were good. The crowd was with him. The crowd was even with him largely in the build to WrestleMania. It's only when we get to that SmackDown show and WrestleMania itself that we really see a shift. And that is when, you know, you get a lot more hardcore fans buying tickets to go to WrestleMania, where I think they, you know, start to kind of voice the opinions of the hardcore fan base. And I think that they'd just grown tired of, you know, what had been a bit of a flat title run. So can't sit here and say, oh, would we blame creative? Because that sort of implies that we're only blaming creative now because we're trying to protect Cody, which is just not true. I'm not trying to protect Cody. I have no allegiance to Cody. I have no problem with blaming Cody, but I need a reason to do it. And from everything I've seen, I don't think the stories were anywhere near good enough. He's still the same guy that people were so desperate to see win that title and finish his story. Everyone was so behind him. Do you remember that whole "We Want Cody" movement? As we were like heading towards WrestleMania 40 and people were so united behind him. He's not changed. He's still doing the same promos and the same matches. He's still that guy. It's just that the stories they've had for him have been underwhelming. I bet if Jey was in the Wyatts that we would be riding him 24/7, says Daze Blows Wyatt 6. Well, no, unfortunately not. I mean, that's kind of funny because I have not been talking excessively about the Wyatt 6. I was excited for their return, but I was also the first person that said I'll see them when I see them, right? So I was like, I'll see them when I see them. So I don't think I'm guilty of blowing them. If I was blowing them, I'd be hoping every show that they would be appearing. And I have not even mentioned them on this stream. I don't even think I've mentioned them the weekend. In fact, someone asked me if they would be at Saturday night's main event, and I said, I don't think so. I'm not expecting them. I think they're, probably going to save them for next Friday. And actually, in regards to White 6, I think we are seeing now that Nikki is targeting Candice. I think what we're seeing now is that she's putting out messages that kind of imply she's not looking to move on. So I'm thinking that they are going to be very SmackDown focused, and I'm thinking that we're going to see Nikki really targeting Candice. So yeah, a little bit interesting. If we were doing Unseen, I think that would have been a talking point, actually. That I think they're going to stay more focused on SmackDown. But no, I would not change my opinion of Jey. Jey would be in a better situation, though, because he'd probably be in a tag team. So actually, he'd do better, wouldn't he? Because he struggles on his own when it comes to his solo matches. So if he was in the Wyatt 6, he might actually put in better performances. You might have found a solution for him, yeah? The Roxanne Balor angle is very interesting, says Brony. It puts a bright light on Finn because it's given me hope that they could do something interesting. Well, Dom and Liv against Finn and Roxanne definitely feels like the play, doesn't it? And if Liv is back tonight, then we will see how she interacts with Roxanne. So, yeah, interesting. Daze, have you seen the news? Man United and Man City have merged. They've become Man United City. Let's go. Do we think the Wyatts will recruit someone, said CQ? Well, Alexa, I don't think we need anyone else because it is probably too big, to be honest. It's starting to get a bit bloated. So I think that 4-5 is maximum. I actually think having 6 is too many because you're not going to get enough promo time. With all of them in the ring, you're going to struggle to give everyone chance, aren't you, to actually talk? So yeah, no, not a need to recruit anyone else outside of Alexa, who has kind of been expected to join this group from the beginning. She was part of that URL, wasn't she? So I think there'll be a story about her coming in. But yeah, I don't know what we do going forward because I sort of feel like having all of them in the ring at the same time means they're just going to get like really not much opportunity to speak. The thing with Judgment Day is they get chance to talk kind of backstage, but even then you don't get loads out of Carlito or JD McDonough, do you? You don't hear loads from them. They just sort of chip in with the odd little bit. The story is really driven by Finn, Dom, and Liv. So I'll be very interested now the Wyatt 6 are back to see who drives that story, you know? Howdy, definitely. Alexa will do a lot of talking. None of the others tend to do a great deal of talking. We've heard Dexter a bit, though. So I wonder if Dexter will be someone that talks quite a bit. It'll be interesting. Good to get them back. Undercover Manager says, I've not watched for ages, but I did see that the Wyatt 6 had shown up. But what a waste of time coming back to attack some mid-cards and tag people. The whole thing has been mid. Yeah, you say that, but there is a history, isn't there, with Nikki and Candice, where Nikki was going to Candice looking for a friend, and Candice was not really there for her. And not only that, Dexter Loomis was in a relationship with Indy Hartwell, and that relationship broke apart. And we heard his family had abandoned him. And this was the reason for him joining. That family was Johnny Gargano, Candice, and of course Indy Hartwell, right? So them going after DIY and Candice does actually make a lot of sense. There is a backstory there that we do need to explore, because we need to know what's happened with Dexter. Why is Dexter no longer with Johnny and Candice and hanging around with them? I mean, you might remember that Dexter was kind of around Johnny, going back a little bit on the main roster when we first saw Dexter. He was around with Johnny quite a bit. So what's happened there? Why has Dexter been abandoned by those? This has driven him into this group. And so I feel like we need to explore the backstory of each of these characters. And this feels like we're going to do that with Dexter now. So I agree, going after like Motor City, going after Fraxium doesn't make any sense. But if they are going to do something now with DIY, which is going to be interesting, because obviously the Wyatt Six are much bigger than DIY. So how are you going to do that? That's going to be very interesting. David said Hugh Grant brought Forrest. They're now going to be Notting Hill. Love that for them. Love that for them. Tony said, whilst Battleground was better than Double or Nothing, it seems that we're hinting at a weekly Daze TNA stream. No, we're not. We're not. I said I can't do that. I'm not here on Thursday. So, no. And plus, I don't expect him to have that championship that long, honestly. I think he will be champ for a little while, but I don't know when Slammiversary is. Someone told me that was coming up. I mean, I could see the title changing hands. I think this was done because Double or Nothing was on, honestly. I think they could have done this at any time. They could have had an NXT talent win a TNA World title at any time, and you chose that day to do it, the same day that Double or Nothing was on. I don't think there's a coincidence there. I think it was, we want to win the headlines. We want to have wrestling social media talking about us and our show. And I think a way of doing that is by creating history. And so I think that was the reason for it. I don't know that it's a long-term thing. I think it's just a case that we're going to put the belt on Trick, have him carry it for a little bit, and then he'll drop it to a TNA talent. And honestly, I expect a TNA talent to win the NXT championships. I think you will see TNA talent win NXT titles as well. And this could, lead towards a War Games, as was suggested yesterday, or some sort of PLE show or something along those lines, It could lead to some sort of showdown between the promotions. So I feel like it's the first step in, the relationship getting even closer, actually, where we're now getting people from the other brand winning the other brand's titles. So, yeah, I think it's a win-win for both, honestly. I really do. I know that it might look like it's better news for NXT, but I don't know. I mean, everyone's talking about the TNA title, aren't they? I mean, the TNA title was a big talking point over the last 24 hours. I mean, that's only good news for TNA. That's only good news for TNA. And, what's Trick going to do? How's the TNA roster going to respond? How does the TNA roster feel about an NXT talent having their belts? You've got to think there's going to be plenty of challengers that are going to rise up now. You got to think that the TNA talent's not going to take kindly to it. And so now you're kind of opening the door to all of that story as well. So, yeah, it was big. It was historic. I don't think he's going to have it all that long. Big Time said, I never thought about this, but it's interesting how kids in this generation will grow up saying, I grew up with AEW, for kids aspiring to be wrestlers. Yes, they will. James said, have you seen the report that we're interested in, I don't know how you say his name, Buomo, is it? From Brentford's. I haven't. I saw a rumour about a week ago linking us with him, but it was one of those on the BBC website, because I do go to BBC all the time, but on the BBC website they have a transfer roundup page where they basically get all the gossip out the newspapers. Normally drops about 11 o'clock at night when all the papers have been published. Someone sits and goes through them looking for all the latest rumours, and they round them up. So it's like the Sun have said this, the Daily Mail have said this, the Mirror has said this, the Athletic have said this. And I tend to try and look at that each day. A roundup of all the transfers. It's on the BBC Sports page, and I've looked at that for years and years and years and years and years. So I mean, it's normally a load of waffle, honestly, because we've been linked to, I think, pretty much every player under the sun at some point. But that's a player we were linked with. I know he's a top scorer for Brentford this season. We were linked with him a couple of weeks ago or last week. I saw in one of the papers. I didn't really think much of it. So if there's now a report saying we're, linked again, let's go. I mean, that would be a hell of a signing, but I don't think that would come cheap. He's going to cost a serious amount of money, isn't he? But then if you sell Fernandez, maybe you'd have the funds to then bring him in. Interesting. Right, Long Beach Hippie says, I'm so lucky and lazy at the same time. I just walked across the streets, got an In-N-Out burger. I went to the other corner for Subway, and I'm back home, all pre-ordered and picked up in 20 minutes. Oh, look at you. Look at you, my friend. Living the high life. Undercover Manager said, trouble is there is no payoff with the Wyatt Six. The thing is, though, they've had one feud with Chad Gable, which was a way of bringing them in. And then after that, they did a feud with Final Testament that they couldn't finish because of injury. So I think it's way too early to say there's never any payoff or it never goes anywhere when we've done literally next to nothing with them. This is why we can't say that they're dead and buried and it's never gonna work, because my pushback would be we ain't done nothing with them. We did an introduction feud where we brought them in and they, even Nightbird had messages for Chad Gable hidden within it. Nightbird. So, it was a case of that very first campaign took us to Chad. And that's why it was no great surprise when Chad had been attacked, because we sort of had already worked out he was who they were coming for. That was how we got them on TV. And so we did that feud. The very first feud they have is Final Testament, and that's the feud that Uncle Howdy gets injured in. So it's they were meant to do stuff with Judgment Day. They were meant to have Braun Strowman join them. There was loads of changes in plans, allegedly, about what they were going to do with Alexa. I mean, I think to be off the Wyatt Six kind of hype train so early, I mean, it does feel early. I know time-wise it's not early. I know time-wise we're actually coming up to about 12 months. But... they haven't even done a proper feud. They haven't even done a proper feud. So once we've got a few feuds sorted and, we've got a good amount of TV time that we can really judge them by, I'm open to these conversations then. I'll be listen, if this group is mids, if this group is going to really underwhelm, if it's not going to work and it's not going to hit, I have no problem telling you that I don't think it's good. I have no allegiance to that group whatsoever. I am not employed by WWE. I have no issue in saying if that group is not good enough. Why would I? I don't have any loyalty or anything to anyone. I have no problem. We all want it to work. Everyone wants it to work because it's Bray and he passed away and this is his brother. And we want it to work. So we want, the story to continue. And we enjoyed the Funhouse and the Fiend and all of that stuff, right? So there's a lot of goodwill there. There's a lot of, come on, you can do this kind of situation. But at some point, if it doesn't work, you have to go, oh, this isn't it. It's probably best we walk away. But I can't say that right now because we ain't done anything. We haven't done anything. I can't. What am I meant to say that's not good at? I mean, the fact that Bo got injured. So until we've actually done some stuff and it's not worked and it's all been mid, and we can't see any way of it being saved and it's dead, it's buried. Until we get to those points, I'm on board with it and I hope it works. I'm right there because we all loved Bray's work and we all loved Bray as a performer, and we want to see that kind of narrative, that legacy continued. The support all comes from a really good place, you know. I think it's much better to be on board and be rooting for them than to be against them and hope it fails. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense why we would root against them and want them to fail when the backstory of it is that it's Bray's creative, you know? I want it to work, but it has not worked so far. But why? Right, where are we? We have got just a couple of minutes to go. Metal Mama, hello, said shout out to all the Dans from Metal Dad. Really? Jesus, is he getting in on the acts? Oh my God, that is going to be so good if Metal Dad now is welcoming Dans as well. That is a turn up for the book, to be honest. I didn't expect there to be... It does mean we can get more Dans involved. So, Metal Mama, say thank you to Metal Dads. Taking one for the team. More than one by the sounds of it. Look, I'm so shocked I've actually froze. I am so shocked that I actually cannot cope. That's how shocked I was. I was so shocked I froze and crashed. So a big shout out to Metal Dads for his services. Nine Dot Holiday said, I'm still at Diddy's. There is a fat head of Wrestling Daze here and a bundle of Wrestling Daze rubbers. They work great, by the way, and I can't wait for Raw. Well, I don't know what Raw you're waiting for, but Monday Night Raw is about to begin. So, Nine Dot Holiday, shout out to you, buds. David said TNA Santage Money in the Bank briefcases. You're fired in each case. TNA sabotage Money in the Bank briefcases. I don't know that we're going to see them go into that level. I think TNA are going to be at the NXT level, so I'm not expecting Money in the Banks and all that to be involved, to be honest. I think this is something that's playing out between NXT and TNA. Right, we're just seeing Cena nailing R-Truth with that championship. Obviously, we're going to get some follow-up here on what went down at Saturday night's main event. Rabbit Dan Rose said, ladies, this Dan is ready for you. I love this for you. Oh, my God. Well, Rabbit Dan, Metal Dad's involved now, so I don't know if you want to slide into his DMs. But, yeah, we've got plenty. If you're a Dan in this community, apparently there's plenty of opportunity. Love that for you. So, Rabbit Dan Rose, shout out to you. Daze, how are you? Why do we think we've put Bronson with Seth? Hello, Edward. And do we think they want Cena to tag with Logan? To me, it would set up Cena versus Logan. I think they want Cena with Logan because Logan is so hated that they want Cena to benefit from that relationship. They want some of that heat to go on to say, like, I can't believe Cena is working with a YouTuber. I mean, Cena's going to praise Logan. He might even call him the best emerging talent he's ever seen. Or do you know what I mean? If you book in Cena and you want him booed, having him around Logan makes a lot of sense. Having him praise Logan makes a lot of sense. Having Cena drink Prime and loving it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can do all of that and it's going to irritate everybody. Well, near enough everybody. Logan's got his fans. Logan's still in existence. But, yeah, I don't think we're building towards a match between them. But I think we're definitely building towards that tag match at Money in the Bank. Matt, hello, buds. Didn't someone say watch the rabbit, meaning Rowan to disappear, leaving Loomis, Nikki, Gacy to chase DIY? Yeah, but those comments were made when Wyatt 6 first arrived about 12 months ago. It was Tom Colahue that said it. He said about how Rowan's going to disappear at some point. It's going to be a story about where's he gone and all of this. But he was very clear in saying that's not stage 1. That's like much, much further down the road. So if that information was correct, and is still relevant, then I don't know that that's something we do now. Certainly not with all the delay and everything. I mean, as I just said, I don't even think we've got started with this group. There's Lyra. We're seeing Jey as well. Ian said, smash that like button. Ian, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. There's Sammy. Vic said, Penta, Dragon Lee, Gable in a Money in the Bank qualifier. Sammy, Seth, Finn in a Money in the Bank qualifier. New Day versus Creeds in a title match. And the Viking Raiders, I think, as well. Rusev Tazawa, says Vic. Okay, so here we are seeing a drone shot. We're still in Tampa. We're in the same building that we were in for Saturday night's main event. Same building for NXT Battlegrounds. We have taken this building over. I like this. It's different. I like this. Seth making his way out, and there we go. Look at this. Look at the heavies. That is quite a visual. So you've got Seth in the front with Braun and Bronson in dark suits in the background. Look at this. Now, this is a very interesting way of presenting this group. Very interesting. There's no doubt whatsoever who the leader of this is. Bronson and Braun standing in the backgrounds. Very interesting. Very interesting. B&B security. B&B security making their way down. Okay. Daze salutation, said Hannah. Another Mega Raw is stacked. Can't wait for Worlds Collide. It's coming up, isn't it? Should be good. They've been slowly announcing matches for that. I think they'll continue to do that till the card is just made. I don't know if we're going to be seeing AAA talent on Raw, or they might have him in the crowds. There is Seth in the ring looking out to the fans. It does make Braun and Bronson feel like just background heavies a little. It certainly does not present them as equals to Seth, does it? Seth is out in the front as the crowd is singing his song. I'm very interested in the dynamic of this, as we said. I don't think these drone shots look very good sometimes. Sometimes they work really well, like when someone's jumping off the top to the outside. Sometimes it can be a bit... I think as they're flying, they can sort of angle a little bit as they're sort of flying. Okay. Heyman with the microphone. An attack dog. Nice. Little reference to the family history. Wow. They're really, really presenting him, aren't they? As a massive deal. As Paul Heyman says, if a Terminator came back and asked who's going to main event wrestle, I don't know why a Terminator would do that, but making no mistake about it, it would be Bron Breakker. Okay. CM Punk chants. Heyman reacts. Drops the microphone. Days for 2 men's Money in the Bank qualifiers. I think Penta is going to win. And I think Finn is going to win, says Connor. Thank you, Connor. Do you think they realise that CM Punk is not here? And that's all thanks to Big Bronson Reed. There he is. Is a violent man in the PG era. Gucci glasses. Ooh. He did. He hit him with quite a few tsunamis as well. Okay, yeah, I mean, we're going down the road we need to go down. Why is Bronson in this group if he beat up Seth? He did it because he gave Seth such a beating. Get down in your hands and knees. Seth gives me pimp vibes, said Liam. He actually didn't explain why he's in the group, though. Guys, green shirt, guy in Trinidad flag, guy are together in the front row. Acknowledge Seth freaking Rollins. Acknowledge him. That draws big boos. OTC chants. OTC chants. Here's Seth. Few boos for Seth. Acknowledge him, says Vic. Heyman's doing that right by Seth. We want Roman is the chant. So the crowd have chanted CM Punk. And now they're chanting, we want Roman. Those Money in the Bank briefcases suspended above the ring. Boos as Seth grabs that mic, is about to speak. Look at Heyman. Heyman's just like this, laughing. Laughing as Seth doesn't say anything yet. Here we go. Make no mistake. This is my vision. So the vision for the future, total control, total domination, complete power. Versace. Gucci. Glasses. For Bronson. Versace for Seth. I didn't see what make Bron breakers were. I sold out to who? Crowd are chanting, you sold out. I told you what I was going to do. And I did it. Segment's okay. We haven't really done anything. We've just sort of introduced... I think the best part of it was when they all came out. And you could see what they were all wearing, you know. And how the dynamic looked. I think they're chanting F you Rollins because they keep cutting it out. It is true, they were singing his song not long ago. We want Chelsea and the Secret Harvest, said Taker 1990. A. Jobson said this group should be called Revolution. Okay, yeah, the singing of the song thing, I mean, they sing that because they like the song. They're singing that song again. You morons don't even know right from left. I'm the only person capable of leading this company into the future. I would be standing here, World Heavyweight Champion, if it wasn't for Sami Zayn and CM. Can't quite finish the name. Perhaps he's forgot. He can't remember who he is. Crowd are thankfully reminding him. Goes over to Big Bronson Reed. Roman is going to come with a faction to take on Seth's faction, said Johnny. James said Sean cooked Tom for being a fraud and for trying to get people fired who called him out for spreading lies and misinformation. I was reading that earlier, yes. And a lot of that came as news to me. Certainly not a good day for Tom. Okay, so Seth looks up at Money in the Bank. Seth says he's going to qualify for Money in the Bank. I'm going to cash it in. There's no one that can stop me. Okay. Revolutionary. It's all right. I don't think there was much to that, honestly. I think we could have shaved some time out of that. Seth basically has come out to say that this is about power. He said that he's going to look to try and win championships, and he set his sights on Money in the Bank. Obviously, we used Heyman to put over Big Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker. So there was definitely things that were achieved there. But I don't know, if you missed it, I don't know that you missed a great deal. I think the dynamic of the group looks very interesting. Right, they're just running down the cards. Liam, hello. Daze, do we think that we'll see Bronson and Braun as tag champs? I think there's an opportunity for that, yes. I think there's an opportunity for that. I think this group are going to be together for quite a while. I do think that it would be quite good if we had Braun getting the world championship. If Seth was the WWE champion, say late next year, and Braun goes after the world heavyweight championship, I think we could do that. Maybe Big Bronson Reed could have a mid-card belt. I don't think we have to have them go after the tag belts. I think this is a group where you could actually put two world champions into it. I mean, if Bron Breakker really is the future, like Heyman keeps saying, like he's going to main event all these WrestleManias, I don't think he should be held back. So, and it won't bother Seth. I don't think Seth will be bothered if Bron goes and gets the other world championship. Because if Seth's the WWE champion, that's the top belt, innit? That's the top belt. And I think you could do that. We never did that with Bloodline. We had Roman get both the belts. Roman had the Universal, and then he faced Brock for the WWE. But he had the Universal first. But in this group, we could do it a little different. If they really do believe in Bron Breakker, then he could have that one, the other belt. But yeah, I mean, that I would say is much further down the road. Shorter term, yes. If you want this group to have golds, tag belts would make a lot of sense, wouldn't they? A. Jobson said, I'm loving that Seth faction. They're filling the void that the Judgment Day used to have a couple of years ago. Days, let's not forget that the first Paul Heyman guy, Heidenreich, so maybe we'll see him back. I don't think so, but... Johnny said, probably is going to be in a Survivor Series team. Seth Rollins versus a SmackDown faction. Tyler said, Roman is rumoured to be returning in June. Alex said, Becky G had a song about singing in the shower that was popular about 12 years ago. Thank you, Alex. Surely Penta wins this. I don't see Lee winning, and Gable is already booked for Worlds Collide. Yeah. So we're done with the opening segment. It was okay. We're now moving on to Chad versus Penta versus Dragon Lee in a qualifier. It should be a fun opening contest. Here's Chad Gable making his way down. Clash in Paris, August 31st. So, obviously, we've got that coming up. You suck sign in the crowds. Chad Gable making his way into the ring. Joel said Liv Morgan is going to return this week on Raw. Connor said at Money in the Bank, do we think we could see CM Punk versus Seth or CM Punk versus Bronson? Well, it seems like Seth wants to go into this Money in the Bank match. So he's kind of planted a seed that that's what he wants. Now, of course, CM Punk could stop him. And so we could end up with that match. But at the moment, we could also have Seth going into the Money in the Bank match. Here's Dragon Lee. Alex said Penta is a damn treasure. James said Seth did his best cosplay, waffling on for ages without saying that. Oh, a cosplay of me. Very good. Very good. He just needed the beanie and the black shirt, didn't he? He just needed to be a bit more beaten down by life. He needed more grey in his beard. I was looking at that. I was looking at his beard and I was like, mate, that is so jet black. He is so dyeing that. So, yeah, he needed to be a bit more beaten down by life. He needed more grey in the beard. He needed a beanie and a black T-shirt. And he would have nailed it. He would have nailed it. One day, he'll come out in a beanie and a black shirt and some funky pants. Oh, I always wear funky pants. If, you might look at what I wear and think, oh, that's not very fun. But I always wear flares and like really bright colours on my pants. It's just you never see it, unfortunately. I spend hours and hours and hours trying to find the most fantastic pants. And I don't know why, to be honest. I don't know why. It doesn't benefit the stream whatsoever. There's Vikingo. Dragon Lee. What Dragon Lee is wearing is pretty crazy, isn't it? We found our new Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I'm surprised he's not, like, breathing fire. Chad Gable is in the ring. We're talking about Worlds Collides. Bell has sounded. Penta, Dragon Lee, Chad Gable. Okay, here we go. We've got both the Luchas working together. Penta coming over, throwing in some kicks. Dragon Lee coming over. He throws in some kicks. Dragon Lee and Penta kind of getting in each other's way. Both guys getting pushed. Okay, they've decided to work together again. They're grabbing Chad Gable. Chad Gable goes over the top to the outside. Hannah said it'd be cool if we did AAA Weekly. I don't know what days it's on, and I don't know if it's available in English. I'm going to watch Worlds Collide, and let's see where we go from there. I don't think there would be much interest, honestly. I think that that's a brand that's going to have to really grow, but well, I'm sort of interested. I mean, it is kind of NXT Mexico, isn't it? So, do you know the NXT Mexico name I'm really against? Because I'm like, no, AAA has got this proud history. Let's not do that. But equally, NXT Mexico probably would get a lot more people tuning in. Because it's got, like, the WWE NXT name to it. I hope they don't do it. I hope they keep it AAA. Nice throw by Chad. Chad, duck underneath. Against the ropes goes Penta. Catches Penta. Mid-air. Oh, look at that. Into a German. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Daze, I don't think Seth qualifies. I can see a 6-man at Money in the Bank being Seth, Bronson, Breaker versus Punk, Sammy, Roman. But they're already doing a 6-man tag match. Would they really do a second one? Solo, LA Knight. In this match already. Kick coming in there by Penta. Clothesline by Chad. Kick to the back of the leg. Penta going against the ropes. Face first. Down goes Chad. In comes Dragon Lee. Upside bang. Super kick. He goes down. He grabs Chad's neckbreaker. He grabs Dragon Lee. Picks him up. He's got him up. He's got his... what's he doing? What the hell are we doing here? I don't know. Chad got dropped on his head there. I mean, we're going for innovation, but we're sort of... He tried to have... yeah, look, Chad's still grabbing his head. Yeah. Is he okay? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean, Chad, he's okay in the sense of he's on his feet. He's getting back in the ring. The referee's checking on him right now. I think Chad said, yeah, I'm okay. Black screen. We got a black screen. Don't know what that was about. What was that about? Why did we get a black screen there? There wouldn't have been a wardrobe malfunction. Gable back in the ring. The referee did go over and check on Gable. They're showing a replay here. They're showing the replay. Oh, mate, it's terrible. It's really bad. Now that they know he's okay, they've shown a replay, and that ain't it. Dragon screw there by Chad. I mean, look, he's gone for something big, hasn't he? I'm sure it's a move he's done before and it's worked. It's just not worked that time. But that's a hell of a mistake to make if he had accidentally, like, broke a guy's neck. Kick coming in. Penta's going to win this, said Brian. Half an inch back and that neck could have snapped, said DB. That was bad, said Jamie. Okay, well, right now he's using the lucha masks and the kind of straps that are on it. He's tying them to the ropes. Now he's throwing in some kicks. And unfortunately, Penta has become untied. Chad Gable in control. Chad said he isn't Grande. Why doesn't someone say, well, what was in the box then? That's a good point. That's a good point. What was in the box if he's not Grande? That'd be a good question for, like, one of those kind of social media interviewers to ask. Down goes Dragon Lee. 1, 2. No joy. Would love for them to add Becky, said Liam. Then have Wyatt 6 against Seth's group. Seth, Bronson, and Becky against Gacy, Rowan, Loomis, and Nikki. Could do that. Be a difficult one, though, because I don't think they would want Seth's group to lose that, and they wouldn't want Wyatt 6 to lose that. So it'd be a tricky one to book, but it would be a fun match. Shots coming in there by Penta. Come on, Penta, said Elizabeth. Chad doing Penta's walk, said CJ. Right now we've got Chad grabbing a hold of Penta. Daze Carrion should be in these qualifying matches. He should. I agree. He should. He should be on TV. I don't know where he is. Kathy Kelly should be investigating Chad, said Boomers for Life. Right now, we've got against the ropes goes Penta. Up over the top to the outsides. In the ring, super kick coming in there by Penta. Penta, oh, Chad grabbing the leg of Penta. Going into that commentary table. Penta. There is Vikingo. Vikingo stands up. Okay.
We're having a few words exchanged here between Chad and Vikingo. Shots coming in there by Chad on Penta. And again. Oh, wow! My God! Dragon Lee! Like a bullet! Psh, do you see the speed? Ah! Now Chad's going after Vikingo. Chad and Vikingo. Well, Vikingo's not gonna take that, is he? Vikingo on the receiving end there. Back in the ring goes Penta. Okay, Vikingo surely jumping in the ring. Surely going to get involved. Chop coming in there by Chad. Big chop coming back there by Penta. These two exchanging blows at the moment. There's Dragon Lee. Kick coming in by Penta. Big knee. Poison Rana. Reverse Rana gets it. Dragon Lee against the ropes. Oh, on his feet. Picks up Chad. Oh my God. Mate. Oh. Chad Gable, this referee is having to check on him every 2 seconds. Oh my God. The way he comes down like that. He does kind of land on the shoulders, but you'd like to take that move flat, wouldn't you? Instead, he sort of took it like this. Oh my God. The referee every few moments is having to come over to Chad and be like, are you still alive? Are you still alive? Are you still with us right now, Chad? Just getting word from the back. They want to make sure you're still alive. God, get in there with these guys. You're taking your life into your own hands, aren't you? Chad looking for a German Penta. Straps are coming down. Right now, trying to go over to Penta. Chad going up. Moonsault, moonsault, moonsault. Connects. 1, 2. Kick out, kick out. Chad's awesome, said Josh. Chad is unbelievably shredded, said Alex. Oh! Oh! He just hit. Oh, my God. Chad Gable going up top. There's Vikingo. Top rope enziguri. There's no DQ. Dragon Lee. Oh, God. Some of these moments in this match were incredible. I mean, kind of flying by the... Mexican Destroyer. Dragon Lee to the outside. Is Chad busted? Yeah, I think Chad's busted. Of course Chad's busted. Of course Chad's busted. Chad busted open. And of course he is. He's lucky to be alive. Once again, the ref goes over. He's like, you still with us? Jesus Christ. If ever there is a match that Chad Gable is pleased to see the end of, it's this one. That was bonkers. How you score it, I'm not sure, because the fact all of them are leaving that match of their own ability is a minor miracle. But there were some incredible moments in it as well. Okay, we're backstage with Raquel. There is JD. There is Finn. We've got Judgment Day. There's Carlito. Dominic. They're playing 2K. Where's Roxy? Okay, so we're focused on Carlito. My God, look at all them. Yeah, go on, Roxanne. Get in there. Ah, here she is. Liv is back. Konnichiwa. Oh, just as Roxanne was. Oh, dear. Oh my God. It's okay. Oh. Some things are very interesting. Look at Finn. Finn's like, ah. Oh. It is great. So good. That was good. That was good. He does love this. Finn has caused some carnage, and he is loving this. There is Rusev. There's 6 people in Money in the Bank after tonight. There will be 2 more spots left, said Sean. Sean, hello, buds. Hope you're well. Yeah, happy Memorial Day. We're spending a bit of time paying tribute to the troops. That's nice. Finn loves the drama. The first match was fun, said Dean. Tazawa is going to squash Rusev. Oh, look, we've got a video package. Narrated by Cody Rhodes. I low-key miss tribute to the troops, said Alex. Haven't actually seen this from WWE since TKO took over. I don't remember us doing this last year, but then I don't know how Memorial Day works in America. I mean, does it always fall on a Monday? Did we do this last year and I've just forgotten? Today we pause. We remember and we say thank you. Lovely. I am here for this. And I think, is that commercial break? Yes. Commercial break. Right. We're bringing out Akira now. So Akira is making his way out. We are at commercial break, but Akira making his way down to the ring as he'll be taking on Rusev. Daze, it would be cool if we did AAA each week after they blow you away with Worlds Collide. Well, let's do Worlds Collide first and let's build from there. Daze, if you look at your phone, Roman is on the cover of tonight's episode, said Chief Gamer. It could be something, it could be nothing, but I've not seen any rumours of Roman coming back tonight, so if Roman's on the show, it'll be a hell of a surprise. Matt said, I wish WWE would use the current stage setup for all the shows. I enjoy the short entry stage, says Matt. I'm here for Maxine, said Be Serious. Connor said, do we think at Money in the Bank we see a rematch of Street Profits for Axiom? Well, I don't know. Maybe because their match was interrupted. But equally, they could do that rematch on SmackDown, couldn't they? It might be that we don't actually do that rematch. I'm sure there will be a rematch. But I don't know that it would be Money in the Bank. Could be. Memorial Day is on the last Monday in May, said Justin. We pay respect to all those military members that have lost their lives fighting for our country and freedom. I don't remember us doing this video package last year. Maybe we did. Edward said, I'm still here. I'm just watching the show and listening, but I am falling asleep. I'm going to get my head down. Edward, good night, buds. Here's Rusev. Undercover manager said, am I the only one that would like Tazawa taken off TV, come back repackaged with something other than Japanese talent in heel group? Maybe something to do with Nakamura, said Undercover Manager. To be honest, I've not thought about Tazawa. When we have the conversations we have, we don't really get to Tazawa. So I can't say that I've really given it much thought. But yeah, I'm down for doing something different with Tazawa. I think they see him in that kind of comedy position. I think they see him in that kind of role. So yeah, I don't mind. We're just seeing, I like the fans being a little bit closer. That's kind of fun. Yeah, this setup, which is like a Saturday night's main event setup, it looks good. It's, you know, I wouldn't want to see it all the time, but it's a nice change. Rather than doing the same setup all the time with a wider walkway and the normal state, it is nice to have something a little different from time to time. This is the 32nd episode of Raw to come from Tampa. That is a good fact. I like that fact. That's what she said. I'm excited for Worlds Collides. I've not seen AAA, but I love wrestling from different parts of the world. And I do love the different styles. Should be good. Should be a fun show. I'm with you. I'm looking forward to learning about AAA as well. Big Time said, if you was a wrestler, do you strive to win titles? Because I've heard wrestlers say they're not marks for titles and that it's just a prop and it doesn't mean much. Well, I mean, to be honest, if you're a wrestler, your number one priority is going to be keeping your job, really. Your number one priority is to make sure that you stay with the company as long as you can, because the alternative is that you get released and you are then, you know, out kind of TNA, maybe AEW, maybe indie circuit, blah, 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 right? So I can understand the logic being, I'm here to make money. I'm here to provide a living for my family. I'm here to do what I love doing. But you don't want to ever get comfortable with just that, right? That might be your number one focus, keeping a job. But you've got to push yourself as well. Some people don't do that. And some people fall. There's the accolades. That doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, the match is done. Why would we bother doing that? Rusev not letting it go, though. Could someone make the save? Penta versus Sheamus. Sheamus making the save. Okay. Let's go. We heard rumors of this being a feud. Sheamus has made his way down. He's wearing his Liverpool jacket as well, which makes obviously a lot of sense considering the tragedy that happened earlier. So Sheamus in the ring with Rusev. So we've done the Tazawa thing as a way of just getting to this, haven't we? There's no point really judging that match. There's nothing to judge. It was all of like a minute, if that. Right. Rusev backing away, getting out the ring. Great 77 for that opening match. You lot really, really enjoying it. Kind of puts it up there with some of the stuff we were seeing at Battleground, actually. So, yeah, that'll be a really good feud. I'm definitely down for this. These two glaring and staring at each other. Of course, their paths crossing previous. Okay, we're backstage with Kathy Kelly.
We've got Tom Segura. Tom has been a bit critical of WWE in the past, but he's here now. Tell us about your show on Netflix. Oh, I remember this guy now. I remember this. I didn't really know who he was, but I remember this guy. Okay. Wonderful. Very good. This is... But it's too good, says K-Dub. Here's New Day. Yes, I'm not really the right person to come to for these moments because I don't know who these people are. So... just a couple of people backstage to me. It's like we've got a couple of fans that have gone backstage. But it was kind of interesting that that one guy was introduced as, you've been quite critical of WWE in the past. And he's like, yes, I have actually. Oh, well, lovely to have you here. Giant Gonzalez lives. I mean, he doesn't. He's actually dead. He's actually dead. So that's awkward. Right, Daze, you didn't recognise Kathy with so many clothes on. That was Kathy! Jesus! Thank you, James, honestly. Could we get a League of Nations reunion, said Wrestle with Andy. If that's the long-term goal, then count me out. Bert is known for alcoholic AB, said Alex. Oh, lovely. Phil said, I think Travis Scott should be with these comedians. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get Pat with them and Bad Bunny and Logan and let's create a new wonderful faction. Okay, they are going to be taking on... They're in a triple threat, aren't they? Daze, where's Cross? Catering. He's in catering, but it is all right because it's actually chicken day. So, so he's having a great time. So they're not Viking Raiders, they're War Raiders. And it's the Creeds. I don't like Tom. I just watched a clip of him saying that wrestling is for the R word. Wow, he's here now. He's got a show on Netflix, so he needs to promote that show. Netflix want him to promote that show. And even though he said some stuff in the past, well, you know. Doesn't matter. Right, Creeds are here. NG said, what's up? How are you? When will we get unseen? It's a very good question. There was an issue with X, which honestly, whenever we've had issues before, I've had problems with the folders before, but it always sorts like an hour or a few hours later. So as soon as they went down and it wasn't coming back, in my mind, I was like, well, it'll be back in a day or two. And it wasn't fixed over the weekend. So I thought, well, it'll be back Monday. I'm sat here now. It's still not resolved. So, I mean, honestly, if it's not sorted over the next couple of days, I suppose I need to start thinking of an alternative. So Unseen was just kind of on hold until X got its shiz together. But I mean, we can't do that obviously long term. But there's been enough wrestling streams anyway whereby I feel like we can. There's content on the channel. We can talk. But yeah, I need Unseen back. You want Unseen back. I need it back. So I don't know. I don't know if we look at Blue Sky. I don't know if we. I don't know what we do. We'll have to find. We'll have to find a way. But I mean, those folders should get sorted. I mean, that is, you know, those are things that people pay for. I actually pay for like premium on X or whatever so that I can have the folders. So, you know, they need to get them fixed. They need to get them solved and sorted. But yeah, there's just a lot of X problems at the moment. There's Jay. We got Sammy and Jay. We got to be smart. They want the power. This is how we stop them. Yes. Get that briefcase, Sammy. Do it, Sammy. Do it, Sammy. They want the power. So Jay is saying to Sammy, go and get that briefcase. He wants him to get the briefcase, even though Sammy would cash in on Jay. Seth. It's got to be Seth in it. I think it's going to be Seth. Big match, that. Big match. Sammy, Seth, and Finn. It's a big main event, that. I deleted X a couple of years ago. I started you watching in the streams. I re-downloaded it for wrestling news, but it is a cesspit. Yeah, Oh, here we go. We're underway with this match. To the outside. Yes, if you use lists on X, it's much better. Bang. Big main event, that, isn't it? Big main event. I certainly don't sit and just browse through X and read all the a lot of it is bots as well, you know. There's a lot of comments you read that are not even from real people. It is, honestly, Elon Musk was talking about that when he took over, talking about just how many bots there are on Twitter. I can't remember the exact number. It was like something crazy, like 20%. It was like 1 in 5 tweets you see is fake. It's just not even from a real person. But yeah, everything you read, you tend to, or I do because I'm a boomer, but everything I read, I tend to believe is actually an opinion from someone. When it's just not true. There's vast amounts of it that is just nonsense and computer generated. Bell has rung and we are underway. I forgot this was a title match, said James. Daze browses Triple X. Yeah, well, I heard that WWE had bought Triple X. And that we was going to be doing like a big Worlds Collide thing. So I've been Googling Triple X a lot. And honestly, some of those female wrestlers, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff I've seen. It's a very different wrestling style. Very different. There is a lot of tapping out, though. They do tend to go for submissions a lot. I've seen the odd pin, but a lot of submissions. Into the ring steps goes Eric. New Day working with the Creeds to deal with the War Raiders. Okay, so they're mid-match in the ring, holding up each other's arms. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Bit weird. Where are we going from there? They're going to just... But what are they going to do now? I mean, they've got to compete against each other, haven't they?
Kick coming in there by Kofi. Daze, are you going to try running or biking as an alternative? I could try running or bike as an alternative to what? As an alternative to not doing anything. That's a good alternative, actually. AKF said, this is going to be a messy triple threat. We need to have Judgment Day trying to help Finn, Rollins, Faction trying to help him, Jey bringing in Sammy. Well, I mean, lots of moving parts. We could go in a few directions. I think Seth gets it, but he could be prevented. Tag being mates. The War Raiders are as tough as the Funkadactyl, said Phil. Daze, Kathy did not have her phone case. That's why you didn't know she was on TV, said Taker. Couldn't believe it. I didn't recognize her at all. Daze loves the scissoring and the ground and pound when it comes to Triple X. It is true. I did see this women's match, and there was a lot of motion. There was a lot of like gyrating, but I couldn't really see much in the way of like. Do you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of showmanship and like building up to something, but there was, when it came to like actually beating down, I didn't see the beat down, but there was a lot of moaning. There was a lot of moaning. There was a lot of, I don't know, I was quite confused. It's a very different style. The Mexican style. It's a very different style. But, yeah, I mean, I was watching, like, some multi-mixed tag matches as well. And, honestly, I mean, I don't know. Very educational. Let's put it that way. I learnt a lot. Big Shot coming in. I was not a big fan of intergender matches before, but I flipping love them now, you know. I absolutely love them. I'm a big fan of seeing men on women. Women on men, either. But I wasn't a fan with the American style. But actually, the Mexican style of intergender matches, I found deeply satisfying. Here we go. We're going back to the action. We're an hour done of the show so far. You didn't see the climax? Well, no, to be honest, I saw a lot of gesturing and posturing. And I didn't stick it through. Perhaps I just should have waited for the end of the video and perhaps we would have got somewhere. But yeah, there was a lot of showmanship. Nice stomp to the back there. Sportskeeda are reporting that Travis, Logan, Cena against Cody and Usos has been scrapped because of a rumoured return of Roman, said NG. Okay. Well, that's I've not seen this news. It's very interesting. I mean, that is a bit weird, isn't it? Because that is a match that we've set up. I mean, Cody only on Saturday said, oh, we'll see you at Money in the Bank. So we're scrapping a match that we've already announced, which is very strange. That sounds a bit fake, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, it does strike me as being fake as well, to be honest. Because to scrap a match that you've already invested in and got to that level, that point with, you know, it would strike me as fake. We only announced a tag match, not a six-man, says Mayor Pete. But to scrap it because of a Roman return. Crossbody there by Ivar. No, it's going to be a 2-on-2 match, not a six-man tag. Oh, so we're saying... But how would that have anything to do with Roman? If it's going to be a tag match instead of a six-man, that's fine. But I don't really understand how Roman fits into that. That would suggest that it's more to do with Travis not being available, honestly. Here's Ivar going to the outsides. KC said, we don't need another tag match. We just had one on Saturday night's main event. They can't have 2 6-man tag matches at Money in the Bank, said NG. Shot coming in. But hang on, what's the other 6-man tag match? I feel like there's a lot of information I'm missing here. What are we on about? Because I don't even know what the other 6-man tag match is, and I don't know how Roman fits into this. So I feel like there's a big bit of news here that I'm missing. Looking for a suplex, and there it goes down. Daze, when do we think we will see a Bayley return? Oh, well, that's not a real injury, so I would think we might see it at Money in the Bank because Becky and Lyra are going up against each other, and maybe the way that we're going to keep the title on to Lyra is by having Bayley get involved, so I would pencil in Money in the Bank. Okay, we are back underway, and Ivar just getting a 2 count there. Daze, we need to stop fast-tracking the booking. We keep saying it's going to be a 6-man and that Travis is involved, but it's not. It's a tag match. Well, I'm only telling you what was reported. I'm not fast-tracking the booking. You can't have a pop at me for telling you what was reported. Back elbow there by Ivar. Kick coming in. I wouldn't do the 6-man tag. I don't want the 6-man tag. I wouldn't even do the tag match. So, I mean, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm only reporting what was said. So if that's changed, that's fine. But listen, don't come after me. Tag being made there by Ivar. Eric goes down. Kofi coming in. Kick coming into the midsection there by Kofi. Ivar going through the ropes to the outsides. Going up and boom to the outsides. Mayor Pete said Bayley could be injured. Come on. Well, that's not what was reported. The report was that Bayley was very disappointed to be missing out on WrestleMania and she was being removed. And do you remember that sit-down interview with Chris Van Vliet where they were talking about how they had no plans for her in the past? And she said, well, people are going to be really livid when this comes out. Because she knew she was not going to be at WrestleMania and that she was going to be replaced. And there's no words of any injury. Pinfall there by New Day. Bayley Becky is the plan for Evolution, says Brony. New Day with those tag belts retaining. New Day with the dub. Not a banger, though, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Well, let's see what people thought. Let's get the match scores on. We're backstage with Liv and Raquel. Ah, there's Kyrie and EO. I thought your group was dead. Keep walking. So Liv said she wants to win Money in the Bank and cash in on EO. Let's have a match tonight, says Kyrie. So Kyrie stepping up to Liv. Okay. Okay, is this Jey? Jey coming out now. Coming out through the crowds. Say won't-ish. Okay, Jey Uso coming through the crowds. Look at the kids. Look at that. He goes right down by them. There they are. Yeeting away. Cue Kyrie getting the infamous Live baseball soon, said Liam. Daze, Vice does a future special on who destroyed AEW. Would Daze be a suspect? I don't believe so. Look at that little girl. She can't believe it. Jey said to her, he was like, do you want to do it? And she was like, So, there we go. Little fist bump. She can't believe it. The dad can't believe it. There we go. It is magic in it for him. Kyrie is going to take 2 losses in a row on her return, sadly, said Ashton. Main event, Jey Uso is now in your city, said A. Jobson. Boom, boom, boom. Jey on the outsides. NG said it makes sense if Roman returns tonight and costs Seth the match to set up a 6-man tag match. Otherwise, why would he be on the cover? Well, I don't know what cover you're referring to, honestly. I mean, the posters and things I've seen for this show have not featured Roman. So I don't know what that cover is. So I don't really put much stock into it, to be honest. Yeah, let's just see where it goes. Okay, so Jey has made his way down. I'm getting tired of the whole yeet kick, but I love watching how exciting the fans and the kids get during the entrance, says Poppy. Day one-ish. It's wild that Jey gets no reaction whatsoever from the crowds. What do you mean? They've gone crazy? What do you mean? I would rather watch commercials than this Yeet Fest, said Mayor Pete. You want that to happen, go play 2K25. That's the only place that we're going to get that. Brando said Roman will return at Money in the Bank and cost Seth the briefcase. Brando, shout out to you, buds. Crowd chanting one more time. They want to go again. Big Migs Gaming said WWE needs to change Seth's music. Well, that is true, actually. The crowd enjoy the music, but they're not behind Seth, but they like the music, so probably do need to take that music away. Okay, we got 20-odd seconds to go. Wrestling Rush, I wish it would be safer. Hello, Wes, hope you're well. Mark Firefly Forever said, if we don't like it, then go watch AEW rather than crying like kids. You do get this criticism a lot. We spoke about it earlier, didn't we? There's people that are like, I don't need to see this every week. But there are kids that, you know, are there that love it. I mean, that just played out largely during commercial break. So I think most of it was during commercial. Bum, 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 bum. NG said Roman, Sammy, Punk versus Seth Bronson is a rumoured 6-man tag. That might be the reason why Travis, Logan, Cena, Cody, Usos doesn't happen. Well, maybe, but I don't know that it's going that way, and that's not a rumour that I've seen. It may have done the rounds today, but I've not seen that rumour. But, I mean, they've been building towards Travis being involved in a match. So, I don't know why you would take Travis out. I mean, maybe. I'm not saying it's not going to go that way. I'm just saying, let's see. I'm just saying I don't care. Is what I'm saying. I'm not bothered. Jey in the ring. Let's watch and see what happens, said NG. That's what I've been saying. Logan Paul got yeeted on. John Cena about to get yeeted on. Here's Gunther. Gunther coming down. So Gunther making his way down to the ring. This angry man wants his gold back. Brony said Goldberg could cost Gunther for the title, and then they could build Gunther Goldberg for Goldberg's last match at Saturday night's main event. Boomers for Life said that didn't take long. I'll be glad when Gunther Jey is over and done with, says Penny for your thoughts. Here's Gunther getting into the ring. So Jey in the ring with Gunther. You tapped out, Chance. So annoying. You tapped out. Gunther. Boos for Gunther. Black screen. I think there's a few technical problems tonight. We keep getting a black screen for no reason. Congratulations. On the 15-year, he said Jubilee, but I'm guessing it's anniversary of the Usos in WWE. Congratulations on your first successful defense. You're holding on to this title longer than I... He's only had one title defense. I can see you try your hardest. So he says that he's got great qualities for being a human, but they're not great qualities for being a champion. I don't blame you. You don't know better. This doesn't come natural to you. The only person I care about is myself. That's how I was able to be a champion for over a year. He wasn't though, was he? Didn't he win it at SummerSlam? I'm going to make things right in a few weeks. I don't know how I feel about Gunther in a cardigan. I'm looking at what he's wearing and I'm like, it's a bit cash. It's weird. It's a weird... I don't know why he's wearing it. Are you done? Jay's ready to respond. The only person that I care about is myself. That could be the start of a great feud between him and Ludwig, said the Phoenix. I do have friends. I do have family. I'm a real one. I fight for them. They fight for me. Okay. It's hard because these two have been promoing on each other all year, haven't they? I mean, they've been promoing since Jey won the Rumble at the end of January. I mean, what else is there to say? Gunther's basically said, I'm going to win this belt back. What you're fighting for is less than what I'm fighting for. Why is he seems to be struggling here with this promo. Is he gassed? Something's not right with Jey. That was a very strange promo from Jey. It felt like he couldn't get his breath. It really felt like he was... I don't know, like, there's times where you're waiting for him to talk and he's like, not quite going for it. And then when he does, like, there's these big inhale. I wonder if it was gassed. I felt like he lost his way, said Ellis Dubb. Maybe what he was going to say just left his mind. I don't know, but I could believe that he's still gassed from the entrance. Even though Gunther... Even though Gunther just did a bit of a promo, which should have allowed Jey to get his breath back, there was a lot of... I don't know, perhaps he really struggles to recover from that entrance and all that yeeting and all that work. Perhaps like getting his breath back. We're just looking at Cody. Now, Cody has got a podcast, yes. What do you want to talk about? Gunther was feeding him lines, said Edge. He lost his place. He just kept walking back and forth, says Comrades. Oh, Brandy. Well, that'll be interesting, won't it, to actually hear from Brandy and her perspective and what was going on with Cody and behind the scenes and... That'll be good. Season premiere with Brandy Rhodes. She's obviously not going to talk about so much her. I mean, she will, but it'll give you a good insight into, I suppose, Cody. And, you know, I wonder if he'll talk about
what they've been up to since WrestleMania, and concerns about crowd reaction with him and Cena at 41, and that'd be interesting. Here's Liv. Here's the movie star. Very good. I'd give it a listen, said Neil. I'd listen to her, said Metal Mama. I love Brandy. Jess, Liv. Penny for your thoughts said he needs to change the cadence of his speech. He speaks in small bites so that the audience can yeet. I think that's harder than one would expect. Okay, so you think it's not that he gasses or that he forgets, it's that he leaves gaps on purpose so that people can yeet in between. I didn't sense they were yeeting. Perhaps the crowd didn't go with it. It really came across like there was something not right. Either he was gassed or he forgot his words. Off doing a movie, says Michael. We are at commercial break. Brony said, Liver's got a certain area in my body part randomly erupting. Hope it's not your spleen. James said, Daze, in my opinion, Jey needs to just slow down on his promos. He keeps trying to rush it with a lot of energy. He needs to slow down and breathe. Ngozi said he stumbled and forgot the lines. Durant said Cody's podcast is taking kayfabe to stupids. Brandy saying no one knew what was going to happen until the logo hit the screen. I couldn't quite understand what she was saying, to be honest. I'll need to watch the episodes. I didn't quite get what she was... I was looking at it more like, oh, that'll be interesting. We'll get some good insight there. But actually what she said in the trailer, I didn't even know if she was talking about 41 or 40 or... I didn't have a flipping clue. And she said she was sat next to Undertaker and Stephanie and she had no idea. No idea about what? I had no idea what the trailer was trying to tell me. But I'll still want to check it out. I think it'll be an interesting watch. KC said, do we think that Jey might lose the title in 3 weeks? Not to Gunther, but to a cash-in? I don't think so. I think this year in particular, the Money in the Bank winner is going to need to keep it for a while because we cashed it in early last year, so I don't think we want to do that again this year. Plus also, if John's going to ruin wrestling, we're going to need the option of having someone with that Money in the Bank briefcase keeping it for a while because they might be needed to save wrestling. So I wouldn't have them cash it in early. Here's Kyrie, the pirate princess, with her telescope. It's a shame the screen isn't like water and the high seas and all of that. I feel like the whole pirate princess thing, we're sort of nodding at it, but not really fully committing. Kyrie, oh, I forgot she's got the treasure. The treasure that... Throw in the coins to the crowds. Let's go. I think it's good. I could see that working. Throwing out these gold... I'm guessing they're chocolate. I'm not sure. I'm guessing they're chocolate coins. Cena can't ruin wrestling. Triple H's booking this season is doing a better job, said Leanne. Drew had the worst cash-in ever, said Evan. Patrick Maroon, 3-time Stanley Cup champion, is in the crowds. As well as that, we've got the big man, Waka Flocka Flame, a diamond certified rapper. Let's go. Titus! Worldwide! King's Court. What the hell's that? How have they not told me what King's Court is? They love promoting things, and you show Titus, and he's in a show called King's Court, and you don't mention it.
Okay. Kyrie saying in the corner, what the hell's King's Court? Not seen Titus in ages. Almost the pirate princess again. Love that for her, said Boomers for Life. It's a reality show, said Ngozi. Oh. What, and Titus is the host, or is he on it, or what do they do? Titus World Slide is back. Okay, here we go. We are underway with Liv versus Kyrie Sane. Oh. Down goes Kyrie. Liv on her feet coming over. Big boot coming in. It's Titus. Is Titus still global ambassador? Well, I think so. I mean, I've not heard any different. Bang again. Face first in the corner goes Kyrie. So Liv Morgan in action. It's a new dating show with Titus, says James. Oh. I mean, I won't watch it, but it's worth knowing, isn't it? Chop coming in there by Kyrie. To be honest, I don't care about Brandy. She's cringe and boring. I care about Cody more than cringy Rhodes, says Elizabeth. Well, I don't expect them to talk loads about Brandy. They'll obviously talk about what she's been up to. But I think the most interesting part's going to be her providing insight into, you know, kind of what's been going on in their family in regards to Cody. And, you know, the clips there were talking about Cody and how she'd been giving him some advice in regards to how the crowd were going to react. And it's obviously going to be an opportunity to talk about Cody. No disrespect to Brandy. Against the ropes goes Kyrie. Takes Liv over. Ian said King's Court watch-alongs. Let's go! Oh, my God. A whole new dating show featuring Titus O'Neil. Mate, that could be really fun. Honestly, we could have a lot of fun with that. Liv on her hands and knees. Kyrie on the outside going after Liv. I just popped in to say hello and I'm bored at work, said Icarus. I might turn my phone over and just listen so I don't get caught. Shh, Icarus. Shout out to you. There's a good main event tonight, Icarus. Seth versus Sammy versus someone else that I've forgotten, and it's going to be good. Might be worth sticking around, but Cobra said Cross just like my tweet about him not being on the main event tonight, so a chance of him being at Raw. Well, he could always pop up in the background, couldn't he? I've not seen anything announcing that he's on this show. Kyrie being thrown into that front row. So, New Day tag match. Liv in control as we're at commercial break. Let's get the score. So, people not crazy about the tag match. Getting good 94. Now we've got Liv against Kyrie. And we are at commercial breakers. Liv has got Kyrie against the ropes. Throwing in some big chops to the chest. Jumping on the back. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. She's got Kyrie kind of going weaved in those ropes. And then she's pulling back so that rope is digging into the back of Kyrie's neck. That was all right. Pace a little slow, though, because we're at commercial break. Pappy Croc said, I've started to understand the Liv Shawn comparisons. She is great at selling. Right now we got, big forearm shot. Days, when I saw King's Court, automatically I thought Jerry Lawler. It's because you're a real one, James. Grabbing Kyrie, dragging her over, going for the pin, 2, and a kick out, of course. I wonder if Asuka returns soon, said Jim. Vikings Wolf said, are the folders working for Unseen? My friend, I miss them. I looked earlier today and they were not. I was hopeful they would be returning today because I thought, well, maybe they, don't have many people round on a Sunday. Maybe Memorial Day means there's not people. I mean, you would think that they would just be on it. But, whatever the issue, they've still not got it resolved. How have these folders been down for days on end now? How is there not a fix in place for this? I mean, I know that the DMs were down as well, weren't they, for a time? So direct messages weren't working either. But yeah, no, at the moment, folders are not working. We're not looking good for Unseen tonight. Obviously, I'm hopeful tomorrow, but I think if this is not resolved by Friday, then I'm out on Thursday. So, you know, what I might do is give them till Friday, but if not, I'm going to have to start thinking about an alternative. And that might be Blue Sky. I don't know if they've got folders on Blue Sky, but I could start looking there. But Vikings Wolf, you miss it. I miss it. It will return. But it might return in a slightly different form if X is not going to sort itself out. Here we go. 3 amigos. Then we're back from commercial break. Kyrie saying on her feet. We got Liv round the back elbow there by Liv. Nick said Daze has got more face turns than a spinning clock. Oh, no, I'm here for life, buds. I'm here for life. Heal for life. He's too busy running his other failed businesses, says Metal Mama. I hate him. If he can doge whatever he wants in the American government, right? Doesn't affect me. But now it affects me. He's actually affecting me now. He got rid of a load of people at Twitter, didn't he? And now it probably means that he needed them people. If this had happened to Twitter before Elon Musk, I'm sure this would have been sorted by now. So I blame him personally. And I even went to his account and he's talking about going to Mars. That doesn't help me, does it? I can't even get folders. Kyrie colliding into Liv. Kyrie has got the cutest little spear, says Pappy Crux. Well, you should see mine. Poppy Crux, you should see mine, mate. Let's not go saying she's got the cutest spear when you've not seen everyone's. Yeah. Guys, get your spears out. Get your spears out. Poppy Crux is going to do some judging. Kyrie with a 2 count. Trini said, I do not miss Twitter. I mean, it is a cesspit. I don't disagree, but it has a purpose for me. It does something I need. I need a Liv versus Stephanie match. A nice cake bake-off. Oh, look at that. Is that a cloverleaf? Look at her. She's bridging backwards as well. Wow. That could be a finishing move for her. Liv, though, grabbing the hair. Forearm shot. Liv felt that. Liv felt that. I only go to Twitter to see who has upset James, said Brony. Oh, I can answer that, everyone. Everyone. At some point, everyone. Here we go. Liv. Daze, you're talking about your cute little spear. I'm glad to see everything is getting back to normal, said Sean. 1, 2. Look at that pin. Jeez. Look at that. Liv looking up at the ref. This reminds me of the Triple X promotion I was looking at the other day. Every day. I say the other day, it's every day. It's at least 2 hours. Liv on her knees, throwing out a kick there to Kyrie. WWE has got a good recent history of rebuilding on the fly. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, says Jobson. Back elbow there by Kyrie. Boom, against the ropes. Bang. Going for the cover. 2, Liv. Gets the shoulder up. Shoulder up. Cruel said Liv has got the best expressions. Kyrie grabbing Liv. Right now, Liv on her knees. Daze, you liar. I've never upset James. You're just mad that you don't have boobs like me, so that you can't say the same thing. There's a lot to unpack there, isn't there? And I'm not talking about the boobs, but I could be. Maybe I was talking about the boobs. Liv on her feet, charging over. Going in for a big knee, gets caught there by Kyrie. Liv, they both kind of collapse down, but Kyrie on a pin. 1, 2, shoulder up. Jessica wasn't sure if the shoulder was down there, so she was like DJing. Having to check if the shoulder was down. Hello. Liv is planted. Kyrie is looking for the elbow. She's going to the outsides. Looking to go up. Kyrie. Oh, who's that? Roxy. Roxanne. Wow. Roxanne helps Liv. Roxanne has just helped Liv. Here's Raquel. She's just helped. I'm helping. Raquel said, I've got this taken care of. Oh, no. Kyrie. 1, 2, 3. Kyrie wins. Oh, my God. Roxanne legitimately just tried to help, and those two arguing provided a distraction. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There's going to be drama. There's going to be drama. Roxanne did try to help. Raquel's the problem. Raquel's the problem. Kyrie wins, and I love that. Look, Roxanne's like, it's not me, Liv. Jesus Christ. Yeah, look. Watch the replay, Liv. You'll see that Roxanne was trying to help. This is so interesting because Roxanne was so good down in NXT. Seeing her being involved in this, it's a really good story. Look at Liv's face. Look at Roxanne. It's really good. It's really good. I love all of this. There, she's looking at Raquel. Oh, here's Rhea. Mommy's always on top. It wasn't just a saying. It was a way of life. It was a way of life. Jesus. At Money in the Bank. It all changes. I'm invested in the story. It's the most interesting Judgment Day have been since Rhea and Damian left, said Brony. Well, I agree with that. I agree. Who's the drama queen, Liv or Roxy? Well, I think they can both be drama queens. Putting them together is quite interesting. It can go so many different ways. They could actually eventually get on the same page, couldn't they? There might be some resistance, but what if it clicks? But ultimately, we are getting Liv against Roxanne at some point, but how quickly we get there, I don't know. Mommy in the Bank. Mommy in the Bank. There's Lyra. Lyra is backstage. She's making her way to the ring next. Available worldwide now. 2K25. It's the Bird Lady said, I'm a villain. James said, Daze has both Rox and Liv beat being a drama queen. Daze has both Rox and Liv being a drama... Oh, I see what you mean. I out drama queen them. I agree. Look at Chad's face, busted. Okay. We're backstage. Here's Vikingo. Lucky for me. At Worlds Collide. People are missing out on this. We got Chad and Vikingo backstage. Tranquilo. See you soon. So a little backstage interaction. No! Nailed by AJ Styles. Well, there we go. AJ Styles sends a message to Chad Gable. Oh, Vic Joseph. Love this. Yes, Vic Joseph. Brilliant. Is he the long-term Michael Cole replacement? He's really good in NXT. He's very professional. He's got a good tone to his voice. Oh, yeah. Trick's the new TNA World Champion. Tomorrow night on NXT, Trick will be live. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Monday Night Raw. There we go. Chad Gable is proper Kurt Angle vibe, said Navaldo. LS Dub said involving Roxanne with someone like Liv early is generally a good decision. I just don't like that Roxanne is now involved in Judgment Day vortex of terrible backstage segments. LSW, thank you. I want to see Vic and Corey on Raw or SmackDown, said Dr. Luchalala. Com said, get your spears out. Dom on a pole match, said Zoom Station. These games should be good for the people in them, said Wrestling Fan. We've just got a Fanatics Fest advert, and now we are seeing shots of New York. William said, not having these story spots on Raw. Oh, hello. Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Oh, there it is. What happened, Dominic? Wow, she blames Raquel. Oh, Finn's loving it. Finn is loving it. You as the veteran out there. It's she's right. She's right. Roxanne tried to help. She's right. Why am I being shown Snickers? Right. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Here she is. Lyra Valkyria. Making her way down to the ring. Woo! Daze, are you excited? I'm always excited, Corey. If WWE is on, then I'm just in a constant state of excitement. So this was a few weeks ago. God, there's been so much. I can't even remember what's happened with these two. There's been so much. We're getting another match at Money in the Bank. That's what I know. And she cost Becky in that match, didn't she? Good times for Finn tonight, said Boomers for Life. Ian said, here comes, by far, the least charismatic member of the Raw roster. Oh, really? You're not a fan? Lyra, Becky, Money in the Bank. Whoa. I was talking about a different type of excitement. Oh, no, Corey, I knew what you was talking about, but... And the same answer is still true. What is up, Tampa? Said Lyra. I wish I was out here to talk to you about some new competition and a new challenger. Becky grovelled and begged. It's upsetting they keep referring to Valkyria as the first or inaugural Intercontinental Women's Champion when in fact Chyna was the first. I don't know, because it's a different belt, isn't it? Chyna won the men's version. Lyra is the first women's Intercontinental Champion, whereas Chyna carried the men's. It's a different belt with a different history. So they're not incorrect. I didn't feel any satisfaction when I beat Becky. I couldn't let her do it. Steal an opportunity from another person. Now it's personal, says Lyra. At Money in the Bank, I'm going to hurt her. Okay. So she was saying how she's going to hurt Becky. Becky is interrupted. Here's the man. Here is Becky. Lyra in the ring. Becky making her way down. Becky looks like she's ready to just get straight into this. She's got a microphone. I made this personal. I was done with you. Oh, what? Whoa, my God, oh my God. I went home with my hot husband. You went home with your weird fiance. Oh my God. God, this poor guy catching strays, man. This poor guy. I went home with my hot husband. You went home with your weird looking fiance. I bet that guy was like this. Poor man's just sat at home. He doesn't know that's coming, does he? Lyra, I don't think you should take that line that she said. I don't think we should ignore what she said. Shouldn't she be like, if you speak about my... So can someone stick up for this guy? Have I missed it? I think, shouldn't Lyra be like, don't you dare talk about my fiancé like that ever again? Or something like that. Instead, she's just gone, yeah, he is a bit weird, actually. I've beat you twice, and the last time I did it with my eyes closed. Mate, if I'm that fiancé, I'm like, hang on, can you just go back? You didn't let me finish, says Becky. I graciously raised your hand when you took the NXT title from me. When I win at Money in the Bank, you need to look me in the eyes and raise my hand. Yeah, good. She should. Becky did that for her. I don't have an issue. It's a shame that she stumbled on that line a little bit. Just a little stumble on that line, but she said, I've never had an issue raising the hand of a woman that's better than me, but that has not been you yet. That's good. But that fiance is still sat there going, hang on, before we wrap this up, can you just tell her never to say that again? Like, can you just defend my honor a little bit? Remotely. Say something. I mean, she's standing there holding the belt up like that in the ring, in the background of fiance. Oh, Carrion's here. Here he is. Are we going back to the Carrie and Sammy thing then? I don't have time for your mind games. And he walks away. You know you'll never win the title, says Carrion. Just ignore him, Sammy. Walk on. God, if I was Sammy, I would have turned around and gone, do you know you're never going to get onto TV? Do you know you're never going to have a match on Raw? There's levels to this, mate. And then walked off. You ain't got to take that, Sammy. You ain't got to take that. Carrion, Sammy at SummerSlam, said K-Dub. And Gozy said, what's happened tonight? There was a bit of wrestling and a few promos and a few words exchanged. And really the big thing is that we've publicly humiliated Lyra Valkyria's fiance. That's the big takeaway. A few other bits and bobs that have happened, but we have really disrespected Lyra's fiance. James said, you missed that sign. It said Doink was better than Cena. Do you know, I saw the Doink bit, but I actually thought it said something like Doink's better than Psycho Clown or something, but I couldn't see what it was. But it was Cena, was it? Doink better than Cena. Okay, the sound's going to be awful because I'm actually going through the web thing. Do you know, I was sat here and there was this little bum bum, and I was like, what's that? What's that noise? And then all of a sudden you lot were like, there's no sound! There's no sound! I'm like, oh. And then I've just tried to reconnect this and it's not connected, so it's a fun new error, isn't it? God, these technical glitches, eh? Let me see if I can go back to the microphone. So at the moment, I'm coming through the webcam. It's going to sound rubbish. Drama. Why is that not working now? Oh my gods. Bam, bam. Oh my god. Guys, one prayer. One like for one prayer for the microphone. If you haven't left a like on the stream, leave a like. I need those prayers because we've got big problems. Is that what? Actually, no, we don't. There's no problems, actually. It turns out if you actually unplug that cable and put it back in again, then it works fine. So, no, scrap that. It's fine. You don't need to leave a like anymore. It's fine. Right, Seth Rollins is making his way down. It's main event time. There was no sound, and it was actually a bit better, said Lionheart. Honestly, I think so many people only come here to have a chat with the other people in the community that I wouldn't be surprised if 99% didn't even notice that the sound had gone. I think the most favourite part of this stream is the speaker bit in the bottom corner where you can press that and take the sound away. That's people's favourite part of this stream. But I'm back, so there's no silence in me. Do you want me to take my prayer? Said Mr. Cannon. No, I don't need them anymore. It's fine. We don't need the prayers anymore. Save them. The old unplug and plug it back in again, said the old unplug. Okay, let's get the match score in for Liv against Kyrie. And here we have got 54, 27, 11, and 5. So good 95. This next one is Seth versus Finn versus someone else. Sammy. God, it's a good match, this, actually, and it's a really good match. Right, I still think it's wild that Becky would call someone else's man weird. Has she looked at what Seth wears, says the Phoenix. That's what she said. Gives 5 Wrestling Daze memberships. This is a good week as well, because we're doing Hall of Fame this week. That's what she said. Thank you, my friends. Barnaby said, Days, we miss New Day and Grayson in the back. Thank you, my friends. They did that last week as well, didn't they? That's 2 weeks in a row now. Taker said, Days, when does Asuka come back? Don't know. I've not seen any rumour or words on that, but... Hannah said, there are more names the writing team could come up with. How about Lord Alfred Days? Perfect. Maybe the best one so far. Alex said, did we just see the tag match for Money in the Bank? Yes. Yes. But there's other, like, rumours apparently doing the rounds of, like, Roman being involved and all this kind of stuff. So let's see. Let's see how the rest of the show plays out. Big Time said, thoughts on the show? Have we got talking points for an opinions video? I think the show's been fine. I think it's been quite enjoyable. I don't think it's a show that's been mind-blowing. I thought the promo at the start was a little... But I think this is a good main event. It's a match that matters. You know, don't forget, sometimes you get a main event where it's like tag match, Braun and Seth against Sammy and someone. It's like, it doesn't really mean anything. Doesn't really matter who wins. Whereas this, it matters, doesn't it? The winner here is going into Money in the Bank, and all 3 should be in the match. You know, Finn with Money in the Bank makes a lot of sense to me. Finn Balor with Money in the Bank, I'd love to see it. We were talking earlier about people that maybe deserve Money in the Bank, and I was like, Sammy. I'd love Sammy to have it. But Finn Balor would be right there. So Sammy and Finn, I'd love to see both of those in the match. And Seth, I mean, look at the story we're telling with Seth being in charge of this faction. So, yeah, I'm sort of looking at this going, all 3. I could make an argument. So I like this match. I I don't know that, and Liv coming back, that was good. There's been some good backstage stuff with Liv and Judgment Day. So I've been down for that. In-ring has been okay. Liv Kyrie was okay. Penta, Chad was fun. I mean, there's nothing here that's getting me into the 8s. But, I don't know, it's been fine. Yeah, it's been alright. Raw has been head and shoulders above SmackDown for months now, said Ian. Sammy needs a win, but so does Finn, said Jessica. Brian said, is there going to be any man versus one-on-one matches at Money in the Bank? Not seen a rumoured card, honestly. The only rumour we had was that we were going to get Cena and Travis and Logan against Usos and Cody, but that seemingly has changed now to a tag match, unless we're going to add the others at a later date, but we ain't got long to do that, have we? Shot coming in, and again, why would Finn want to cash it in for an IC title? What the hell is happening? Well, listen, we stream a lot. We don't have this problem. So this is a very exciting new development. Right now, we've got Seth in control. I wonder if I've done something. I mean, I'm sure I have done something, but I wonder if I've done tonight. Why would this be doing this now? Perhaps my drivers are out of date. Perhaps there's something like that. Perhaps my drivers are out of date. I doubt it, but let's try and go back to this. Is that better? That should be the microphone. It's a good job that my webcam has got a microphone so you can understand what's going on. The issues. 1, 2. Do we think that Truth could win Money in the Bank? I don't think so, no. No. There's an annoying noise in the back. How old is this? No, not old. Not old at all. That does sound better. Better. It sounded like you were in a chamber. Yeah, well, the thing with this is that it's a webcam, isn't it? It doesn't really have like a proper microphone. And I don't even know where it's situated in the webcam. So it's probably just picking up the whole room. Do you know what I mean? Whereas this, it only really focuses here. It's focusing there. But like that one is everywhere. So that's why using that is not what we don't do that. We do that. So yeah, this is why this is the one to go for. Right now, we've got Sammy throwing in some shots to Finn. Sammy against the ropes, going over the top, rolling Finn up Finn. Drop kick. An annoying noise. Are we sure that's not just Daze, said V85. That's actually really good, so credit. V85 credit. Fair play. You have to respect good quality banter. Knee in the back there by Finn. Daze, let's see your spear, said Poppy Crocs. I'll send you a picture, bud. I'll send you a picture. I provide them on request. Down in the corner, kicks coming in there by Seth. Ace said, now this is content. This is what Ace is tuning in for. This is what Ace is tuning in for. Sammy over by the ropes. That was a very phallic invisible. Leanne. Come on, Leanne. We're talking technical here. We're dealing with some technical problems. I'm trying to explain how microphone works, and you've got your mind in the gutter. That's very disappointing, Liam. We're a very PG community. There's no room for that here. That's what she said. Down goes Seth. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Ansel said, I watched Saturday night's main event. Truth as John's entrance. Did John end his famous running to the ring? Did you enjoy the show? Yeah, I enjoyed the show. He is not running to the ring anymore at the moment, what with being a heel. But if he goes back to being a good guy, a face, we'll probably see the running return. But yeah, no running from John. Ellis Stubbs said, Daze, you're running a sloppy shop here tonight. It is, isn't it? It's not my fault, though. I don't know why we're getting smashed with so many technical problems. But listen, they're trying to silence us, and we're not going to let them win. Yeah, there's a big conspiracy. I'm just pleased you lot are seeing what's really going on. There's a big conspiracy going on to try and silence me. Shot coming in again there by Finn. Casey said the only way Seth loses is if someone like Punk gets involved and costs him the spot. Big Time said, Daze, NXT feels like an exciting show tomorrow. The aftermath with Trick making history, Mike Santana debut, several title matches, a follow-up to Luca and Tony D, and finding out how Worlds Collide shapes up. Ace, shout out to you. Shots coming in there by Sammy. Sammy in control. Here we go. We got Sammy coming over, charging in. Down goes Finn. It's Elon Musk trying to... Wow, Spartan, that's actually a really good shout, mate. That's actually a really good shout. It could be Elon trying to silence us because I keep calling him out for the folders thing. That's a really good shout, but... Here we go. Going up. Seated. Springboards. Seated moonsault by Sammy. To the outside. And landing onto Seth and Finn. Daze, there's too much drama between Seth and Sammy. If Sammy or Seth wins, then where does their beef go? I say Finn needs to win. WrestleRant said, Daze, you make enough money to not use dial-up connection and use a T-Mo microphone. Get it together. Do you know what? I'm in the countryside and there is no way of getting really good broadband. It's just not available. They'd have to dig up the road to actually lay the cables and all of that stuff, right? So I use 5G and it's pretty good. And then we had some issues. So I was like, do you know what? I'm going to get Starlink. So if the 5G network goes down or there's any problems, I've got Starlink. And that's been no better. It's been no better. I just can't win. Until they actually come and dig up the local area and lay like all the proper cabling and everything. This is the downside of being in the countryside. They do all the towns and cities first and we get forgotten about. Us rural areas. And this microphone is acting up. Daze has been doged, said King Yeti. I'm just glad people are seeing the true battle of what I have to fight against. Shots coming in there by Sammy. They cater to lay my internet line, Daze. Just do it, said Dr. Luchalala. I've asked them. They said that we're on a list. So I've been in touch to see when they're coming around. My cousin's wife actually flipping works for the people that lay the cable. And I've told her to prioritise us. And she's told us that we're on a list. So even family members aren't helping me. Even members of my own family refuse to help me. It's a goddamn disgrace. And they know I do God's work as well. Finn Balor in control. Sammy goes to the outsides. Twin Power said Daze is posh. And you know, I'm very posh. Very posh. Here we go. Lovely big shot coming in. Looking for a pedigree. No joy. Sling blade there by Finn. I say ditch that family, says Labari. Do you know what? I've thought about it, honestly. I've thought about it. Finn to the outside, looking for a coup de grace. I would love for Moxley returned one day. So much history, said Jessica. Balor up top, shot coming in there by Sammy. Jennifer said, your problem is that it's Starlink. Just like everything else Elon touches, it doesn't work. That is true, actually. Starlink's not been brilliant. My folders are down. This man's ruining my life. No wonder he's trying to shut me down. Looking for a big superplex. Gets it. Seth! Frog splash! Oh, my God. Everyone's down. Everyone's down. It's just like my internet. Everything's down. If Sammy wins here, we could do Cross and Sammy both in the bank, continuing into their feud, said Cobra. If Elon wanted you silenced, you would be, said Justin. He doesn't have the time to worry about your little folder issue. Elon is too busy helping Trump and Vance make America better than ever. Well, my folder issue is more important, actually, than America being better than ever. Yeah. You've already got the biggest economy in the world. Can I not just have my folders back? I mean, I didn't realise that my folders were getting in the way of America being great again, but apparently they are. Apparently it's a big drama, and he can't flip and sort my folder issue out. Well, he ain't that great, is he? He ain't that great. Fix Daze's folders, damn it. I know. Instead, he wants to take people to Mars. Well, how's that going to go if you can't even get folders to appear on X? Hey, that ain't a ship I'd be getting in. Flipping God knows where the navigation device would end up going. Shots coming in, elbow coming in there by Sammy. Let's not try and defend Elon right now. I ain't having it. I don't give a flip what he does with America. I care about my folders. Justice for Unseen. That's what I say. Justice for Unseen. Everyone down again. Daze is a country boy. He wears cut-off sleeve flannel, leather wristbands, denim jeans, scruffed western boots, no undies, chews wood and glistens in his sweat as rain droplets cleanse his skin. William, are you all right? Are you writing some graphic novel about me or something? Shot coming in. I mean, I love it. It all sounds very accurate. Again, another shot. Chop coming in there by Seth. Everyone down on their knees at the moment as Sammy is trying to unload. Cromptcom said, I've sent Elon a message about the equation formula that I think I found in the Sorcerer's Stone, but he never responded. Well, hopefully he does my folders first. Seth against the ropes. Wacko Magician said, I'm expecting Bronson and Braun to come out at some point. Possibly Punk as well. Chicken Nugget said, Daze, I farted on Sonny. Sonny, is that true? Sonny, as one of our community members farted on you, please respond. Do you know who farted on me? Elon Musk. That's who. William said, I'm writing fan fiction. Country days on the farm. Sonny said help, so it might have actually happened. Kick coming in there by Sammy. Crowd seems silent, said Johnny. They are a little subdued here. This match matters, though. I just think they probably know that we're not going to get anywhere for a little while. Shot coming in. Sammy in the corner. Come on, Sammy. We're with you, Sammy. Sammy is perched over the top, rolls through, grabs Seth, double underhooks. To the outside goes Seth. Here we go. Roll up. Boo. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. That's what she said. Said Chicken Nuggets is an awesome username. It is very good. Sling blade to Sammy. Sammy down. Seth makes the save. Yeah. It is all a little bit quiet at the moment. Isn't it? Needs a bit of spunk. It doesn't ever get this quiet when you're watching Triple X. But then I've never seen 3 guys competing against each other in Triple X. I did see 3 girls. Roll up there. Seth coming over. Gets grabbed by Finn. Double underhook. Bang. Planted face first. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Sammy rolls up Seth. 1, 2. Ooh, that was close. That was close. Double underhooks. Bang. Pedigree. 1, 2. Sammy kicks out. Sammy kicks out. Sammy survives. We're into the final 10. Here we go. So, we got Heyman on the outsides. Looking frustrated. Seth looking out at the crowds. He's down on his knees. He's grabbing a hold of Sammy. This is it for you, Sammy. This is it. He's going to go for that curb. He's going for the curb. Curb. No, no joy. Sammy. Blue Thunderbomb. Oh, no, didn't get it. Kick to the midsection. Ah, curb. No. Blue Thunderbomb. Connects. Oh, my God. 1, 2. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. Well, that was a fun little sequence. Oh, cards, we went everywhere then. What an emotional. Look at Trinidad Flag Guy. I think Trinidad Flag Guy is right with Sammy. This is why he's the GOAT. This is why Trinidad Flag Guy is our spiritual leader. If he ran X, he would have folders sorted like that. They'd never go down if Trinidad Flag Guy was in control. Here we go. We've got Sammy getting up to his feet. Finn Balor, long gone. Shot coming in there by Sammy. Green shirt guy wanted Sammy too. Yeah, but he sucks. Sucks. Of course he would want Sammy. Of course he would. He's trying to get our attention. Sucks. Not like Trinidad Flag Guy. He wants Sammy to win for the right reasons. Seth in the middle of the ring. He is taking his time.